Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special West Grey Council meeting. The date is February 23rd, 2021. This is a special West Grey Council meeting to deal with our budget deliberations. We are using Zoom electronic meeting today, which is both audio and video, as we have for the past while. Very pleased with that, and know that this recording will be on our website, www.westgrey.com. On our call to order, all members of council are present, with the exception of Councillor Hergert, who is regrets. Before we go any further, Supervisor Hewlett, would you please explain some of the features for today's Zoom meeting?
Good morning and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 889-1716-6853. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hand on camera to speak. If you require any technical assistance throughout the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hewlett, for the explanation of these Zoom features. We are now moving on to item number 2, moment of reflection. For members of council, staff, and those listening in, would you please if you wish, take a quiet moment. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. At this time, members of council, is there anything to declare? Certainly at the time that you realize you have a conflict or a pecuniary interest or a matter of direct or indirect interest, that would be the appropriate time to advise us. We are now moving on to item number 4, presentations. 4.1, West Grey Police Services Board budget. I just draw your attention that we are now working through the revised agenda. So for this particular one, 4.1, West Grey Police Service budget, Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby approves the West Grey Police Services Board request dated February 19th, 2021, being that the West Grey Police Services Board respectfully asks West Grey Council for additional time to prepare their 2021 budget presentation.
Is there a mover for this motion, the recommendation? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Yes, that means that.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Thank you. And I just want to let members of council know that as a board member of the West Grey Police Services Board, we've met twice now to look at the budget. We will have another scheduled meeting so that we can address the budget. But it was felt by the board members to communicate back to West Grey Council to let them know that we were looking for a bit more time to address the budget. So that's a bit of the background behind it. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion does carry. We are now moving on to item number 5, closed session. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby proceeds into closed session with the CAO Deputy Clerk, Director of Administration Clerk, Director of Finance Treasurer at 9:05 a.m. for the purpose of discussing personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion does carry. All right, we will see you in the breakout room. Clerk Sharbeck, do we have all members of council and staff available for the public portion of our agenda?
Through you, worship. I see all council members present and staff as well. Yes.
Thank you. So we are now dealing with item 6, which is matters arising from the closed session. I would like to report out that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to personnel matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal and local board employees. Council provided direction to our director of finance and treasurer with regard to the 2021 wage grid. And that's what I have to report on now. I believe there's also another motion that we need to address. Clerk Sharbeck. With regard to the leave of absence.
Thank you, worship. The recommendation is that Councillor Rebecca Hergert be allowed a 4-month leave of absence effective today from her council duties. Sorry.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
Calling the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion has carried. Not seeing anything further at this point. We are now moving on to item 7, staff reports. 7.1, Director of Finance and Treasurer. 7.1.1, Council remuneration update. Clerk Sharbeck to the motion.
Sorry, just find my glasses here.
No problem.
They're at, sorry, the recommendation is that council remuneration update be received for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? All right, Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I will move the motion.
Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
I see questions at this point before I call the vote. Councillor Hutchinson, do you have a question?
I'm just curious, I have a notice of motion regarding council remuneration in this package. Should we deal with that first?
Clerk Sharbeck, just in terms of how the agenda is laid out, we have this item before us and the recommendation what's the impact on dealing with the notice of motion, which is under actually the new business item that follows?
Through you, your worship, the agenda order is appropriate. The recommendation is simply to receive the report for information. Following this report, then the notices of motion can be addressed. And certainly Councillor Hutchinson's notice of motion that is directly related to the council remuneration is appropriate to follow this report up. So this report isn't asking for, it's just an update on this is where we're at.
Thank you. Does that provide clarity, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? Calling the vote, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 8, new business. 8.1 is a notice of motion, council remuneration. It is moved by Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Hutchinson, would you like to read your notice of motion, or would you like the clerk to read it?
That's fine. I'm okay with reading it.
Please go ahead.
So whereas the Consolidated Organizational Review 2020 makes a recommendation, read the council remuneration based on local comparators, and whereas the consultant recommends that council discontinue the practice of paying per diems for meetings and implement a base pay program, and whereas the understanding is that the mayor will realign committee council appointments so as to be fair and equitable for all members, and whereas West Grey Council is striving for fair and equitable compensation for all staff and council, plus aiming for efficiencies in our accounting department, and whereas West Grey Council moved by resolution 40-2021 during the January 20th, 2021 special council meeting, that compensation be based on the 2019 actuals of $31,100 for the mayor and $21,700 for the deputy mayor and councillors. And whereas the consultant recommends that West Grey move to a more equitable and in-line compensation package with our local comparators. Therefore, be it resolved, the council move to compensate council based on the market median as stated on page 13 of the Consolidated Organizational Review 2020, which is one level below the 55th percentile as recommended by the consultant. Mayor's 34,578, deputy mayor 26,200, councillor 21,130, plus 1.5 increase to councillor pay as to perceive no pay cut, which would equal 21,447.
Okay.
May I speak to that now, Mayor, or do you
No,
wish to move forward?
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Hutchinson. I'd like to have a seconder to put this on the floor, and then I will have say that to speak to it or questions. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second that motion, and I do have a comment when it's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so I just felt that given the recommendation that we made previously, that it was important that to follow the recommendation somewhat from our service review and our consultant. I felt that there does need to be a differentiation in pay for the mayor and deputy mayor versus councillors. And I also threw that little extra in the end there because there was a comment made that, well, you know, if we go with the 21,130 as the market median for councillors, that's actually a little bit less than what our director of finance had proposed was the average over the 2019 year. So I mean that part's I just put that in there maybe just to satisfy, but that part's debatable, I guess. But I just felt that there does need to be a differentiation, and we do need to get closer to the median or the market value for these positions, so that going forward we don't have to readjust it down the line again. So that's my recommendation, that we do adjust that rate. And I don't know percentage-wise or dollar-wise how that affects our budget. I'm not into giving counselor a raise, and that's not what it's all about. It's efficiencies. It's doing the getting away from the accounting part of it. Hopefully, it'll make it a little more streamlined for a director of finance, but also using averages from past to sort of get an equal pay scale. So that's my recommendation.
Director Mighton, are you able to provide the, I think Councillor Hutchinson had an inquiry about the dollar figure. Is there something that you're able to provide at this point?
Yeah, it looks like his motion is basically taking the consultant's recommendation. So it was about a estimated $9,900 impact on the budget.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson then?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I guess after I've sat down and I've been reviewing this, and I'm supporting this motion. In 2019, we had 3 members of council that 2 had sat on a specific adjustment, if you will, and then we also had 1 sit on another board. That's in 2019. In 2021, there's a total of 36 meetings. If you look at a meeting per month, that there's going to be wages charged to it when there's actually nobody participating in those meetings. So I think there's 36 meetings that are in question that did happen in 2019 that are certainly not happening in 2021. And in addition to that, myself, I've added an additional 12 meetings, and I'm going backwards. So I believe, if I look back, I was elected as deputy mayor at the wages that were there. And I don't think in the middle of the term we should be negotiating anybody's wages. And I'm going to support the motion that's there, and that's just based on being open and very transparent on what we should be getting paid for. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, for bringing this forward. I'm supportive of your motion. Just for clarity, Councillor Hutchinson, I think your motion speaks to median, like P50, not P55. Is that correct, through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Hutchinson?
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, that's right. I wasn't looking at the P55. I was using the P50, or what actually probably P50 or median amount there. And the thing with to add to that is our director's given us averages. So some councils may have made a little bit more, some councils may have made a little bit less in the 2019. So we have to take into consideration it is a ballpark figure, even if we ended up going with the 21,130 rather than the 21,447, which is a little increase. So regardless, I'm flexible.
Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson, for that clarification. Would our Director of Finance know the impacts then, the financial impacts of going with the market median, or would she need a little bit of time to calculate that? Thank you.
Director Mighton.
Yeah, I think the rates in the motion were the P55, so I'll have to see if we, in the report, where the 50, I don't know that she gave a P55 on the council report. Or a P50, I should say. We've got P55 and P60. The rates in the motion are referencing the P55 rate. So I may have to reach out to her to see if she had a P50. It's just not jumping out at me at this point from her report.
Sorry, point of clarity. The motion does actually refer to market median rate. You're right, it wasn't called P50. It was called market median, and those match what Councillor Hutchinson has in his. I see that, yes, okay, I see, perhaps got a little tongue-tied because it says, which is one level below the 55th percentile, and then Councillor Hutchinson quotes the numbers from the market median in the report. But I hear Director Mighton saying that she doesn't have that impact today. That's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson, was there anything further on that?
No, I was just saying, I just referenced to page 13 on the
Yep.
consolidated report. They do have the market median, so that's what I was going by.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to remind everybody that the January 20th decision was done based on not increasing compensation for any member of council. And from the 2019 level, the idea being is that we are in COVID, we are experiencing some challenges financially as a result. And so we need to consider that. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. Therefore, I will not be supporting the motion. The other thing it does is it overrides basically the motion of January 20th, but it doesn't deal with the additional amount that was in there for electronic support. So I'm not sure where council will fall on that one either, because that was going up by $25 a month, and it was also being extended to both the mayor and deputy mayor. But anyway, I will not be supporting it because I think during COVID, we have to be very careful, and this is the wrong time to be increasing our compensation when we've seen in the past that that's the level it's run at. And I appreciate the increased meetings that Deputy Mayor has mentioned. If I look at February alone for this month, and I look at the number of meetings I have, we're all way up. And I think that's because there's more work to do and we're getting it done. So if we're going to start looking at it, we should look at all, but I'm recommending that we don't do that. And therefore I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, to the inquiry or the statement with regard to the previous motion. Is this motion before us appropriately on the agenda?
Through your worship, I just want to clarify that the draft budget has been amended since that January 20th meeting to incorporate that decision into it. So this decision would be based on the new draft before council today. Is that correct, Director Mighton? Yeah, okay. So this motion doesn't rescind the January 20th motion. That motion, that direction was applied. Now we've got a new draft. This motion is applied to the new draft, but yeah, it doesn't speak to the technology piece, but it doesn't rescind the technology piece that's been included or change it.
Okay, thank you. Further, Councillor Townsend?
I'm fine, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just to be clear, I am far from concerned about taking on additional meetings. That is not what the issue is here. I'm talking about open and transparency. The original motion back in January was that we would go with the 2019. So to be very crystal clear, we have 3 members of council, 2 sitting on on one committee, which are no longer on that committee. And we had another council member that sat on a board. I am talking about 36 meetings that we are going to continue to credit for when there's no actual participation or time put into those committees and boards. So you can give me as many meetings as you want. I don't have an issue with that. I just want, for open and transparency, the fact that in 2019, yes, they were active in on them. 2021, they are not. Thank you.
Are there any further questions before I call the vote on this motion? Any further questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion at hand, raise your hand. Five members of council have voted in the affirmative. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your hand. The motion does carry. 5 members were in favor. 1 member was opposed. Motion carried. We are now moving on to 8.2, Notice of Motion, Conference and Seminar Policy. The recommendation is by Councillor Townsend. Councillor, would you like to read your motion or would you like the clerk to read it?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, pardon me?
I said I'd be happy to read it. Thank you.
Oh, certainly. Go ahead.
Okay, whereas bylaw 72-2018 outlines the conference and seminar policy for council and staff of the Municipality of West Grey. And whereas the current version of the conference and seminar policy includes the following 3 specific terms for both council and staff. The maximum number of conferences and seminars that can be attended each year for which the expenses incurred are eligible for submission to the municipality for reimbursement. And the second point, a commitment by the municipality to pay each attendee a per diem rate for each day or part day the attendee is away from home, including a travel day. And 3, a commitment by the municipality to cover the conference or seminar expenses related to travel, accommodation, meals, parking, and eligible sundries for each attendee. And whereas the bylaw was developed when conferences and seminars were primarily offered and held as in-person events, and whereas as a result of COVID-19 2020, conferences and seminars were primarily offered and held online, resulting in an estimated relative reduction of approximately 50% in expenses directly related to the reduction in travel, accommodation, parking, meals, and other sundry expenses. And whereas the expectation for future conferences and seminars is to offer and hold them either in person, online, or both, so the conference and seminar policy going forward would need to address this variety of options. Therefore, be it resolved, the council directs staff to revise bylaw 72-2018 as follows. Replace the number of days with a maximum dollar amount reflecting cost reductions to encourage attendees to select online education where offered, available annually to each of council and staff to attend conferences and seminars or other education opportunities directly related to their role/career, noting each person may choose how to spend the funds. B, revised bylaw 72-18 to address the shift in how conference, seminar, and other education opportunity expenses are or will be incurred in the future, ensuring at least the following are addressed. The remuneration for each day or part day the conference, seminar, or other education opportunity held online is attended with no travel allowance, and defining the other expenses, if any, covered by the municipality for a conference, seminar, or other education opportunity attended online. Identify and revise other areas within the bylaw 72-2018 where changes are required, if any, and identify the financial impact of the above so it's reflected in the approved West Grey 2021 budget. And I do have a comment afterwards.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Okay, so now we'll deal with comments and questions, and then I will call the vote. Beginning with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. I do notice that there has been a significant reduction already reflected in the 2021 budget. So I am trusting that that has already done for that reason, that there will be a shift. The actual wording of the bylaw does need to take away things like at home because, away from home, because in fact, we're primarily at home for these. It also does give people the opportunity to still attend in person if they so choose. They'll just attend less conferences. I can say in 2021, I've already identified 5, not 2, that I'll go to. And regardless whether it get passed or not, I will still go to the 5. And the argument will be, I'll be responsible for those dollars. And I don't have a problem with that because I think we all have to be in control of our own education. But I also would like to encourage people to support it because it means you will also be able to go to more conferences and education without increasing the budget, in fact, reducing it and showing that we are good stewards of the money that is available to us through the tax levy and the public's contribution to the running of West Grey. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you. I have questions for Councillor Townsend about this. There's hang on, it's quite a lengthy document. I have to find where I was. There was a mention of having instead of a number of days, to have a dollar value, and that value should be less than what was used in last year's, but you haven't indicated how much less than.
Councillor Townsend.
No, I have not. I would like to leave that to staff to do that, to the Director of Finance. And the reason I would is because you get into that split between staff and council. And I'm not 100% sure how that would work for staff and what their obligation is. And again, I want to be equitable between the two of them.
Okay.
So we're directing staff to determine that amount.
So this would apply equally to staff and council?
Yes, it won't necessarily be an equal dollar. I don't know if it was before, and that's part of what I don't know. And the other one is I don't know whether or not staff already have a number in mind, like the Director of Finance already has an amount in mind for staff, or whether that would have to be calculated.
Okay, thank you. And so finally, for now anyway, so if I elected to attend a conference like, say, AMO, which I've never actually attended the AMO conferences in Ottawa, but if I did, so travel would no longer be reimbursed. Is that what you're saying? In sub bullet 2 towards the end of the, pardon me, bullet 1 towards the end of your motion?
Councillor Townsend.
Let's say if each conference cost $1,000, including travel, meals, etc., to go to AMO, and another one, right? So you got two of them. If that would have been the past, you could do one in person, and yes, the travel would be covered, meals would be covered, etc. But you could do 2 others or 3 others, say remotely, for the same additional $1,000, right? So again, we're reflecting some savings in there so that we try to encourage the online participation where it makes sense, give the flexibility, but you choose. If you did an education plan at the beginning of the year, you could figure out how many you'd want to, which ones you'd want to go to, and determine which ones online, which ones would be in person, and potentially, if you exceeded that allowance, which ones you would then have to pay for.
Great. I thank you. I like this flexibility. I like the idea of being able to attend novel or unique or off the mainstream sorts of events, often which will be online or perhaps local, but with minimal travel or accommodation expenses. I think this gives us a lot of flexibility to expand the parameters of our education and self-improvement. Yes, so I think I can support this. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson, and then Councillor Hamilton, and then Madam CAO.
Yeah, so I just have some questions. I'm not sure this is really going to save our accounting department any time. I see it as being somewhat more complicated. I just like to have our director maybe comment in terms of how does that work, because there seems to be a lot of variables, whereas before you just apply for conference. If the conference is covered, if you have mileage, you have mileage. You have room, you have a room. If you don't go there, you do it virtually, then you just have your conference to pay for. To me, that seems fairly simple, whereas this, I think, tends to bring in a lot of variables. So I'd just like to hear from our director if we could.
Yes, so yeah, it sounds like this would be like a flat rate, but the expenses would still flow through for registration and hotels or that type of thing, or meals. So we'd still be paying those expenses through the municipality, but we would up to a maximum amount, if I'm understanding the motion correctly. So yeah, we're still going to have to account for it all to make sure we haven't gone over and above that flat rate amount, whatever that ends up being determined to be. unless I'm misunderstanding it, and we're going to give you an allowance, and you as a counselor would pay all of your expenses and keep the municipality apart from that. If that's, then that, sure, that would save time. We're just issuing you a flat amount, and you are accountable on your own for any of those expenses. So, but if it's still channeling through the municipality, then we still have to do the same amount of work. It's just balancing it against this upper level limit, as opposed to against 2 conferences per year, kind of thing. If that explains.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but anyways, so just to further that, so it actually opens up. You could do 5 conferences you want if it fits within your budget. I think that's where counselors come from, which is fine. But somewhere like, so what kind of money are you assigning to it? Like that would be how are you gonna have to come up with a ballpark figure somehow, right? Based on previous, like given that we're allowed 2 conferences and 2 workshops or whatever. So you have to come up with an amount. I'm not sure what that is. Anyways, I'll leave it there.
Are you looking for a response from Director Mighton, or you just want to leave
Well,
your comments
Yeah, I'll
there?
just leave it open. Maybe Councillor Townsend can clarify that a bit more.
Councillor Townsend for the clarity, and then I will go through to Councillor Hamilton after that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. First of all, yes, it would be a flat amount. And as I've stated, I was waiting for staff and the director to help us with that number. As far as just handing out the money, no. I think there still has to be control that it is used for advancing knowledge related to our job, and not that, I'll give you $1,000 and you go spend it as you will and you go buy a new stereo or, whatever. And there's no accountability for that. That was not the intent. It would still file through, and there was not an expectation of saving tons of effort on the part of staff. I assume that would still be roughly the same. But again, it would allow for more education for both staff and for council. The other thing for staff, it actually would allow, and this part came out from consultation with CAO, was to actually improve the ability for staff to enhance their skills, within the municipal world, and therefore potentially move up into positions and advance their career. Again, as long as it was related to career/job, that would be the focus. But it is education. It is not handing out a check and you get to spend it where you want.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I do like the intent and the direction of the motion, and that there be a flat rate that members of councils could shape the kind of training that they would like. That makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm just looking for a couple of questions. Does our current conference bylaw speak only to council, or does it speak to council and staff? I'm a little confused about that. That'd be a question for staff, please. Thank you.
Director Mighton.
It does speak to both in 2 separate sections, though. It notes the, the mayor's allowed, if it's 3, councillors are allowed 2, and so many one-day seminars. And then there's a separate section that puts limits on the CAO or department heads. What's not included in that would be like operational. It's more to that conference seminar type thing. But if it was customer service training for my frontline staff, that is not included as part of the conference and seminar policy.
Okay.
So it's those extra sort of association conferences or seminars and workshops, but not staff training to the level of the roads guys are doing the road training or, that type of thing. So that's separate from it. Health and safety training, that's outside. That's not spoken to in this bylaw.
Great. That makes sense. Thank you. And, just lost my train of thought there. Oh, I like this idea of remuneration. I think currently we're paid a full day's rate. I think it would make sense to include a half day option in there too, if that could be considered. My other question, I recognize Councillor Townsend has not put in amounts in his motion, that he's looking for staff just to kind of analyze our expenses over the past couple of years. And I think my expectation would be kind of a meeting in the middle. So not the 2019 pre-COVID, and perhaps not the 2020 when conferences were just, well, many of them are canceled. Perhaps there's that, I think Councillor Townsend's intention is to kind of find middle ground that would be less expensive than before the time that conferences went online, and that we're looking for staff's analysis to bring that information back. I believe is his intention. So I guess just a question to staff then is the clarity is the clarity in the motion? Do you need us to make a few more decisions to provide that clarity? And also a question about the timing. Could the revamped conference bylaw come back before budget's done? Or is it enough for us just to arrive at an estimation of where we think we're heading, plug that into the budget, and then the conference bylaw could come back within a few months, for example? So just looking to staff to see, do you need more clarity from council today if we were to pass this motion today? Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Director Meighton, and then I'm also going to go to Madam CAO. So Director Meighton, please.
So just trying to read through. So the expenses that we're considering, mileage, accommodation, meals, conference registration, and per diem is part of the expenses that we want for 2019 and 2020. From there, then we will come up with, okay, yep, if it was $4,000 for average in 2019, I'm just throwing out a random number. And if it's $2,000 in 2020, then council will determine where you want to land. Mm-hmm. So then once we have that determination, then we can amend the bylaw. The big thing would be implementation. We don't really have a authorization to start registering for any more than 2 conferences until we get that bylaw passed. Mm-hmm. So, you know, because, you know, so there may be missed opportunities for some, because if 2 conferences have already been registered for, we can't register for any of those additional 3 or 4 conferences until this is finalized. Because if it doesn't pass, then we've overextended an individual's allotment. So there's some timing, depending on how quickly you want this to be implemented. There is a bit of, you know, sensitivity to that timing, depending on when, if there's any conferences in the next month or 2, or if the registrations are open and trying to get on those opportunities. So that would be the only timing thing. But but we can certainly, if that's the items that we want for cost totals to figure out, is those 5 things: accommodations, meals, mileage, conference registration fees, and per diems, then we can pull those 5 items for each of the last 2019 and 2020 and provide that to you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And if I may no, I'll hold it there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Madam CAO, do you have a comment?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to Councillor Townsend, just piggybacking on what the director has said, I'm hoping that our director has a strategy for calculating when it comes to staff attendance. As the director mentioned, we do have it spelled out quite clearly on the opportunities for the CAO and department heads. We really don't spell out opportunities for the majority of our staff. I'm encouraged by the intent of this motion that it would provide wider scope for other staff to attend development or education seminars or workshops or conferences. But if we're looking at a cap, currently right now, if a staff is interested in a conference, we either pay it out of our training budget or look at what's left in the conference line. That's, you know, a director may cut back on what they need for the year and provide that opportunity to staff. So if the intent of this is to more formalize how we're providing opportunity to staff, I think that's a piece that we would need to know as we do our calculations. And Director White, you can add to that or clarify a little bit more, but right now we have a rather open way of managing staff that aren't specifically labeled or identified for conference opportunities.
Director Martin?
Yes, I would agree. We've got, as an example, $2,500 in our administration budget. So that would be, you know, if new staff that we're sending to some AMCTO courses to, you know, improve their knowledge of a certain area. So that type of thing would come out of our small administration budget that we have for training. So that's that would be for all sort of people in the municipal office here under that, to give you an idea of the scope on that.
Okay, I'm now going to go to Deputy Mayor, and I see Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to our treasurer. Just a question, and I'm sure you probably have this number. In 2020, with no attendance at any of the conferences because they were all virtual, do you have the savings that was before us? Or would it be 10 grand, 12 grand, 15? And that would be the hotels, the fuel, and all the extra that go with it.
Yeah, I was trying to pull out some numbers. If I was trying to also add in the per diem rates on average. I'm thinking ballpark 2020, it might have been about 2,200 on average for the 7 on a per person basis. That I just need to double check on the number of per diems, but I'm thinking that's probably somewhere where we're going to land, about 2,200 on the 2020 per person versus about 4,000 in 2019. But I have to confirm those numbers, but I think that's where we're landing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Director. So you're talking basically $15,500 time across the board for council and staff to go to.
No, those numbers don't include staff.
Okay.
That's just the council.
Okay, so $15,500 for quick math, and that's taking care of the hotels, the meals, and all the extras that we get, and the per diems to attend the conference, plus the cost of the conference, which is still virtually, it's done. So I guess the way I'm looking at it is we got call it $15,000 in front of us from 2020. We're going to have the same in front of us for 2021. That's representing $30,000, and that goes a long way on a very tight budget. So that's one of the things I'm looking at is just because we've saved it doesn't mean we should just go out and spend it. I think if you want some education, it's wonderful, but maybe each case we could look at. But there's lots of information online. You know, attending conferences and seminars is, yeah, you're going to gather some extra information, but I think there's 30, the way I'm looking at 30 in front of us, and I would be all for that staying right where it belongs inside the corporation. Thank you.
Okay, anything further, members of council, before I call the vote? I see Councillor Shea and then Councillor Townsend. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I wonder, Carrie, or to the CAO, if there would be any merit in unlinking the staff and council conference policies. Maybe they're so different that it's not really that sensible to have them in one. And I believe, not wishing to speak for Councillor Townsend, I believe his motion is really directed towards council involvement with conferences. So I wouldn't like to be muddying the water on the staff side just because it's sort of operational and we're not that familiar with how that procedure happens. But I would like to say that rather than talking about it as a conference and I'm thinking more about the staff side now, as a conference or education budget as a professional development budget. And I think it could include things like books, professional memberships, and other things that would help our staff in their professional development. And I do think it's a nice gesture to make a budget of some level available to almost all staff. You know, even if it's, you know, junior or entry level staff, that they have, you know, $50 allocated that they can spend on books or whatever. So just to try to include as many people as possible. I think that's what you were talking about, CAO Johnston, and I would support that initiative. But I think it's operational, so I'll leave it with you. Thank you.
Madam CIO, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, Councillor Shea, I agree. We, you know, professional development is a much, I think it's a much more appropriate name for what we're actually in practice doing. If it's council's wish, I would like to work with the director to see how we can maybe more formalize the way that we develop our employees, as well as how council can take advantage of their opportunities as well. So I'm fine to leave it together for now, and we could come back with a model.
Okay, I have on my list one final speaker, and that is Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to point out that in the current draft, we have a fair amount of savings as it relates to conferences, mileage, et cetera. And the intent was to try to get that reflected, and it has been, which is great. But rather than just have it arbitrarily done, actually have a theory behind it and numbers behind it. And the Director of Finance has been able to identify that. Obviously, I don't believe you just picked a number out of the air. That probably doesn't make sense, not knowing your penchant for numbers. But also the fact that, you know, this has been out on the table since October, that we're finally getting to deal with it as part of the budget. I think people have had a lot of time to think about it and consider the option. And I do believe the intent, as noted, is really to try to contain how much we do spend and yet still get the exposure to information that you need. And if that has to be done on our own time, that's fine. At least from my point of view, sorry. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I do believe that there are some things that are formally required and we should be participating in as well. And that helps us do it in a much more cost-effective way for the municipality. So I just wanted to leave it at that.
All right, I'm going to ask, are there any further questions? I see Councillor Hamilton. Following Councillor Hamilton, I will call the vote then. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just would staff be able to advise council as to when to expect a report or a revised bylaw back to council? Thank you.
Director Mighton, would you have an idea, or do I need to go to Madam CAO?
So depending, the agenda is obviously going to be sent out shortly for the March 2nd meeting. So we'd be looking at, what do we got? March 16th would be the first opportunity to provide a report back on, okay, here's our 2019, here's 2020. Where do you want to land? Then following that decision, it would be the April meeting, April 6th. For a first opportunity for an amended bylaw.
Okay, does that satisfy your inquiry, Councillor Hamilton? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So the motion is before us. It's been duly read by Councillor Townsend. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? 4 members of council voted in favor of the motion. 2 members of council voted in opposition. The motion carried. Okay, I do want to say that I have a notice of motion that will appear on the next meeting for budget deliberations, and that is dealing with the Kennedy Bridge. And I would like that so noted in the minutes, and I will have that prepared. All right, is there anything further under new business? Councillor Townsend.
Sorry, I'm not sure it's actually new business, but it is budget related. We are going to have sort of a tough set of decisions to make coming forward in our next meeting, which I think we're all hoping will be the last one. And we have not covered every cost center or every department yet. And my concern is that we really don't know where we are yet this late in the game. So I'm pretty sure that council is going to have to determine a target at some point as to where we go forward. And to do that, we need to know where we are. So for example, we've had a run rate, we've had reversal of the one time from last year built into our starting point for this budget cycle. We already know that's, I think, in the range of around 6%. We will have the equity review, we will have the compensation increase, we have the police budget, which is major to come forward. It's a major component. And so I'd like to know when we come in next time exactly where we are in our budget deliberations, where we sit without adding any, first of all, start with not adding any new initiatives and no new headcounts, no whatever. So that's our benchmark starting. I'd like to know specifically what that percentage is. And then we, as I said, we made 2 adjustments by reversing the one time from 2020. So that's not reflected yet in 2021, and same for new projects, right? That's not there, but yet we did annualize the run rates of initiatives that started in 2020. So we've made 2 more decisions since that, and that was we pre-approved 50% of the budget for flowers, so the order could be made, and we did 50% of a police vehicle, so that order could be placed. And that's 50% of the cost of those particular items only, not the complete budget. So if we could then see what that all translates to, and whatever we've approved today, that would be great. And then we'll know what our starting point is coming into the next meeting. And I'd also like council to think about, what do you think an appropriate increase is for 2021, given that we are in COVID and we do need to worry about the revenue as well as the expenses. So I know we've got more building and more tax base there, so we'll need to know that. But when all is said and done, we really need to have a clear picture if that is going to be our last meeting. So the last comment I'll make is it would be really nice if staff could prioritize their items rather than say to council, what do you want? I think sometimes we don't necessarily understand the full impact of some of those, and we spend a lot of time debating it and sort of pulling that out. So if staff could come prepared with, if you had to do only 1 item, what would it be? If you had to do only 2 items, what would it be? And therefore we put the onus on staff operationally to decide what's most effective for them. Also in that consideration should be, how much are we willing to take that is not fully recoverable? So for example, if building adds 2 people, they don't increase the rates, but they've got the volume to recover that. Do I really care? I don't, because net 0 to levy. However, if we take recreation, and I only pick on that because it's another large amount, if we have, I don't know, a couple of $100,000 where there's no recovery of that, can we afford that in 2021? If we're not already using all our programs, should we be introducing new ones? I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. That's not my opinion. That's got to come from staff. So I'm looking for some direction for them at the same time, if at all possible. And I'd be interested to know from the CAO whether you're okay with that request and whether you think that's a fair ask.
Thank you. And before I go to Madam CAO, Councillor Townsend, your request is for the next budget deliberation meeting?
Yes, it is.
Thank you for the clarity. Madam
I've heard
CAO.
people say we hope it's the last one. That's why I said that.
Oh, fair enough, Councillor.
Yeah.
Councillor, Madam CAO then.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I will, pardon me, just one moment.
Certainly.
There we go. Thank you. I will work with the treasurer. Perhaps we can see if she has any concerns, but from my perspective, I think that's all doable.
Madam Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, yes, that's fine.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so members of council, that seems like an interesting approach. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's more of a process question. So the past couple of budgets, we've gone through the budget like kind of like department by department through operations and then capital. This year we took an approach of here are the biggest changes, and we made our way through that. But there are still a few gaps for me operationally, and I note that operations isn't on today's agenda. So I guess my question is, could the next agenda have just a more open-ended, let's talk operations, and if there's any lingering questions or things we need to clarify, we could do that? Or do I need to bring a notice of motion for every single item I'd like to go back and address, because we just haven't had the opportunity to discuss it? So I guess that's my process question. Perhaps staff could be of guidance. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I'm going to go to Clerk Scharback, if I might, to Councillor Hamilton's question in terms of how can that be achieved on the agenda and what the process would be. But I'd also like to say, Clerk Scharback, with regard to what Councillor Townsend is asking for the next agenda too, is it more appropriate that we deal with these as resolutions for preparation of the next agenda, or can this be seen as staff direction? So I know Councillor Townsend has just spoken, but Councillor Hamilton has inquired with regard to process. So your expertise, Clerk Scharback.
Your worship. Just if I may clarify with Councillor Hamilton, you're looking at bringing forward specifics in the operation budget or going through it line by line? I'm not sure what, and we may need Director Wrighton's assistance with just how to proceed with this. You want to revisit that operational budget as a whole, line by line, or individual pieces? I'm not sure what I'm asking.
Oh, okay, sure. Maybe, I think,
sorry.
I think that's okay. I think perhaps I do have a couple of recommendations I'd like to make, but there's also just a couple of, oh, hey, we didn't talk about, waste and water. We didn't talk about economic development or planning and cemetery. Like there's just pieces we didn't address. But specifically, and I did float these questions by our CEO the other day. I was looking for a summary of the decisions that we've made to date and where the levy now sits. I was looking for in our budget package. I don't see spreadsheets for waste, water, sewer, building, planning, economic development, and cemetery. I was wondering if those could be circulated. I was looking for a summary of the decisions and requests that were made throughout the year. And I think they've been put into this budget without us having the opportunity to discuss those. There's a mention of about $120,000 increase to operational balance that wasn't specifically identified. I haven't seen the Conservation Authority budget for information. We usually get that. I haven't seen Elmwood Community Center's capital request information. And yeah, and then I guess I have a couple of specific asks I wanted to make of council. So certainly I can make those as a notice of motion. But those are my lingering operational questions. And I just, through the process that we're using this year, I just don't understand how we could address those. Thank you.
Right. So my understanding is council didn't want to do a line by line, but this is looking at going through it line by line to pick up those operational pieces. And I'm wondering if that's the direction from council, the staff, is to prepare a line by line operational presentation for the next meeting, because that's a full meeting, right? So Director Wrighton, do you have any suggestions how we can just clarify these operation pieces outside of the line by line review?
Yeah, we can circulate some of the missing pieces. Sorry for the oversight in those. When I went back, I realized after you sent that through, I was like, they were missing. So we'll definitely get those out. Yeah, if we want to kind of, like say, open-ended line by line, okay, here's the admin. We've dealt with X, Y, and Z. Unless there's anything else, let's just move forward. okay, are we good with this one? The fire budgets, we kind of chewed them a little. Is there anything else that from your working package that you have that brings that you want to discuss? Otherwise, we won't go through those in any more detail. But then sort of just as on a department kind of basis, was there any other than the highlighted items and items previously discussed that somebody wanted to address or bring up? We could, I don't know, try do it that way.
Yeah, so Director Martin, like I'm wondering if perhaps Councillor Hamilton should move a motion that the operational budget be brought back to the next meeting and to be reviewed line by line, with the understanding that many of the lines have been addressed and can be run through very quickly and not revisited, so to speak. Does that make sense, Councillor Hamilton? Or is that what you're asking? Because then rather than name all the pieces, just start at the top and go through them all and skip the ones that have been addressed.
Perhaps
and we're not missing pieces.
Yeah, thank you, clerk, for that. Because yeah, it's certainly not my intention to actually go line by line. But given that we are missing some of those bits and pieces, and I'm sorry I didn't notice that earlier, but given we're missing some of those background pages, it does make sense that we do have an agenda that if we had questions springing up from that information, that we have the space to do that. So yeah, that would work. But please know, staff, I am not intending to go microscope line by line. That's not at all what I want to do. We have to keep moving forward. But I do have a few questions about the operations. Thank you.
I'm not sure. I don't want a resolution to say go line by line if we're not, because that is a microscope, right? And it is the very first step. We're back to the very first moment of a budget meeting, right? It is the very first step. So I don't want to trap things in a resolution that we don't really mean. Perhaps it's best if you list them. I don't know. Perhaps Johnson could help sort just getting this operational piece back. But it can't be too open-end. We need to specify on the budget for transparency, or sorry, on the agenda for transparency purposes, just what we're dealing with. So perhaps that the following operational items be brought back for discussion at the next budget meeting, and then we just do a bullet point list. I'm not sure, and whatever gets that brought back the easiest way.
Certainly, and certainly I can bring notices of motion to be very targeted, specific to. I will get there. I noticed somebody else has their hand up, so I'll just hit the pause button. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Townsend then.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Part of that is what I was trying to get at in the sense of my request where I said that for the next meeting that staff would also do some soul searching about the items. We can sit and go through everything one by one. And if we can't come up with a number that, we are willing to live with, then we don't have much choice but to go line by line. And I don't want to do that either. But if staff does prioritize and they are able to come back with what would be my number one, what would be my number two, that's why I went there, because I'm sure we're not done with operations. Capital isn't going to be the only way that we're going to potentially reduce costs. There may be some operational things in, like the new headcounts, like, whatever else may be in there. And so once we get the status of where we are and we understand where we're tending to go, we get the police and we've already got the building, the police building as well. When you look at all those, then there may have to be some hard discussions. So I think, the more information we can get from what I requested might address what Councillor Hamilton is asking for as well. because you'll understand some of the big numbers, some of the new stuff. But also you're addressing a couple of ones where there's 120,000 that's not explained. How did we get up by that? And that's a very specific and very fair question. And I'm hoping to be able to get to that point where we'll be able to get to a number in the next meeting. And if not, we're back to the old of one more. And, I don't know how many more we want to do, so.
Okay, with that, Madam CIO has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to members of council. From my recollection, there was one of the budget meetings where we had a number of departments make their presentations, library, recreation. The director can help me because I know I'm forgetting a few, and those budgets were adopted as presented. So is the question now that you want to revisit all of those decisions, or you just need to know where we are at this point from the proposed tax increase to where we've landed? And then we're going to look at the remaining budgets, because as I recall, Public Works budget is still to be addressed, but there wasn't really any major increases, and staff have prioritized their new items in those budgets that were presented previously. So just so we know what we want to bring back what's going to help council with the best decisions that you can make as well. So the budgets that had been presented, I forget the day, I'm sorry, but were adopted as presented. Are those budgets standing, or do you wish to relook at those as well?
Councillor Townsend.
Yes, Madam CAO. My hope would be that we'd be looking at the others, right, that haven't been addressed yet, because we need to close that final loop. But by the same token, you're right, Public Works did prioritize theirs, so that's going to be an easier task, like very little work for you to come prepared for that. But depending where we come in at the end, we may have to backtrack. And so I don't think anything is gospel at this point. That's my opinion. That's the way I'm looking at it. Sorry. With my request, others may have a different opinion, but if we don't know what the end result is, it's really hard, to say, yeah, I like that and no other changes. And we'll know what that challenge is, if there's a challenge, and how big it is, once it comes out. So
okay. Clerk Sharbach, please.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. I'm just hearing the beginnings of a motion coming together between Councillor Townsend's request for information and how it overlaps and works together with Councillor Hamilton's request for information. So I'm wondering if and I'm just kind of want to hit the main points here. If you can both say yay or nay. That council would like an update on where we're at right now in the budget process for the next meeting. So with all of the decisions made to date and the pre-approvals that Councillor Townsend mentioned, this is where we're at, whether that's 5% or 10% or whatever. That's our starting point. Is that the first piece of information we need to bring back? Okay. Second piece, I guess, is that remaining operation, or maybe remaining isn't the right word, but the remaining operational budgets be presented at the next meeting as well. So those are the two key pieces. I think we can get together in one resolution to direct staff on what we're bringing back for the next meeting. Does that sort of capture the general? I know Councillor Townsend had asked about staff prioritizing items. I think they are prioritized in the operational budget. So maybe before that, we find out where we're at. And that includes all the promises to date throughout the year that were to come to budget and the pre-approvals.
So let me go to Councillor Townsend, and then perhaps we could go back to Clerk Sharbach for, let's see if this is a motion, and we can go from there. Councillor Townsend.
There's two other points that weren't mentioned yet, and one of them is the cleaning up or the finalization, for example, on the police building, right? We know we're not going to have the full 1 year hit, right? We're only going to hit a portion. And so we need to make sure we understand what that is, right? And the third one was the prioritization has been done within a department, but not necessarily across the corporation. And so if we can only afford one, which one's it going to be? Which one would staff best benefit, would the customers or residents best benefit from if you can't do them all? So I think they've been prioritized within each budget, but not across the organization. And I'm not saying you have to present that. I'm just saying, can you just make sure you got that in your back pocket if we get to that point where we have to start looking at reductions? And rather than leave it strictly up to council, I'd really like, I like the idea of staff driving that, because you came up with them for a reason and we may not necessarily know that. And if we look within a budget, we don't see that cross priority or impact, and that you could help on as well.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbach.
So I'm just, if I, through you, Worship, I can further clarify with Councillor Townsend that perhaps a report providing the status of the draft budget, including decisions to date, pre-approvals, and a refined estimate of police building costs for 2021.
Yep.
And that remaining operational budgets that have not yet been presented be provided as well at that meeting. Is that right? I think that's a ton of information, and it's a great deal of work for our Director of Finance to put together. But I think that's the basis of Council's next steps following that. And I'm concerned that if Council could provide this direction in a resolution today, that would facilitate our putting together our next budget agenda. Whereas if we do a notice of motion, then you vote on that at the next meeting, and it happens at the, like we're getting well into a couple weeks.
Yep.
So if that sort of summarizes both Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Townsend, what you're asking for, please let me know if there's something I should be adding, or if you're actually looking at moving this.
Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, just two clarifying points. When I talk about refining the police building, I also, we'd asked a question about whether the cost, the 6.2 million included the fit out of the building and et cetera, and we didn't get an answer to that at the time. And that may not be a 2021 cost, I don't know. But those kind of things, I still think we'd like to know, right? And they've been outstanding for a while. And then my last comment is subject to Councillor Hamilton getting to say we need something different. I'd be prepared to move the motion when in fact Councillor Hamilton is satisfied with the terms as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And I think I heard the word pre-approval, so I think that addresses my question around funding requests throughout the year, because there were a couple of requests I recall council saying, yeah, that's a good idea, let's put that on the 2021 budget, and council hasn't finalized that decision. So I think that'll capture that piece. One piece that's missing for me would be the grant requests that have been received throughout the year. Will there be an opportunity to review those, and does this motion capture that piece of information as well? Otherwise, I think we've got it covered. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. If I may, Councillor Hamilton, the grant requests, I'm not sure if, Carrie, could I ask, are they included somewhere else already? The council grants and donations?
Yeah, so
So
the
we just
current,
review that in operation budgets that come back? Is that fair? I don't know.
yeah, right now it's part of the administration, and it's at the same level as it was in 2020. We haven't identified, necessarily who you were going to change your process, but the pot, if you will, is at the lower 2020 amount in the current draft budgets.
So that could be captured in this direction without specifically naming that one item. The same as the police car, the flowers are in the pre-approval piece. Does that help?
That does help. Thank you. I just recall that any letters that would come in, we directed it towards budget time. So if we could have a summary of what the requests were, I don't think we need to see the original letters. If that could also be circulated ahead of time, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Perhaps if I may, through your worship, add not just the status of the draft budget. I have including decisions to date. Could we add including requests or grant requests to date, decisions to date, pre-approvals, and then the rest of it? Would that help with the request part that maybe there was no decision on, right? Okay.
So we will look to you, Clerk Sharback, to read back the motion. But before that, are there any other questions? Because what I'd like to do is when the clerk reads the motion, I'd like to call the vote. So are there any other questions, members of council? I am not seeing any. So Clerk Sharback, would you please read the motion? Oh, so I'm going to suggest, Councillor Townsend, is this your motion as it was being developed? I just need for clarity because I do not have a mover and seconder at this point. But was this, as we were developing the motion, is this the motion that you are intending to move?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have Clerk Sharback read the motion and then I'll go to you as the mover and then I'll ask for a seconder. Thank you.
Just give me 1 sec here.
Oh, certainly. Certainly. Yeah.
Sorry.
Take your time, Clerk Sharback.
So through your worship, that council direct that a report providing the status of the draft 2021 budget be brought. Including grant requests, decisions and pre-approvals to date, and a refined estimate of the police building costs expected to be incurred, or an estimate of the police building costs for 2021. And further that the remaining operational budgets be presented at the next meeting.
Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Anything further for clarity? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion that was just read, please raise your hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Thank you. So members of council and also Director Mighton, are you looking at dealing with item 9, 2021 capital budget in this meeting, or is this something that you're looking at based on the motion that was just carried, moved, seconded, and carried? Is this an item that is intended for the next agenda? I'm looking for a clarity on that.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. If council is okay to proceed with their capital review, we might as well get it out of the way while we're all gathered here and make any adjustments that you may want to, and then that can be incorporated into the summaries that we're bringing forward on the next one. But while we're here, if so entertaining, then I would say yes, let's proceed with the capital review.
Members of council, does that sound good? So why don't we take a break, a lunch break at this point, and that kind of fits in right with our agenda at this point. I'm wondering if we could come back at 1 o'clock for a continuation of our agenda, and at 1 o'clock we'll call the meeting back to order and begin with item number 9. Does that seem reasonable for everyone? I see everybody is in favor of that. Okay, so we will recess until 1 p.m. and we will then begin our agenda. Okay. Councillor Hamilton and just waiting on Councillor Hutchinson. Three, four, five, six. Okay, I see our members of council. Councillor Hamilton, are you here through video?
I am, Mayor Robinson. My camera seems to be pointing the wrong way. One moment.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, very good. We have 6 members of council. We have our members of council that are in attendance for this. We have staff. We are now, thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. So I'm calling our meeting back to order. We're dealing with item number 9, and that is 2021 capital budget. Before I turn it over to Director Mighton, are we dealing with the capital discussion based on a report that you prepared, 2021 budget review dated January 20th, 2021? It provides the listing of not only operations, but then it gets right into the capital. Is that correct? Oh, you're just on your audio, please. Just ensure, I want to make sure we're all on the same document.
It was the last page, the last grouping of pages in your budget detail package, consolidated 2021 draft capital budget projects. It sort of looks like that.
Okay, is everybody, does everybody have that?
I think it's the last 4 or 5 pages of your package.
So Director Mighton, I would ask that you just walk us through each of the capital items for that.
Alrighty,
I think we are ready.
ready to go?
Yes,
Yep.
please
Okay.
proceed.
So it starts off with the administration budget. We are looking at a new upgraded phone system, some records management software. Those are coming from modernization grant funding. We do have our usual transfer to IT reserve. We try to put money away. So then every so few years, we have some set aside to upgrade computers and other technology. And then we have the police station. The full amount, we have an amount of $6 million in there. Most of it will be financed. We've got 75,000 coming from the tax levy, some from development charges and other reserves that we'd had set aside for the project, but the majority we're estimating will be funded through long-term borrowing and any potential grant funding if we are successful with any FCM grant funding, which we don't know at this point, but it would just lower the amount to be borrowed on there. So that's kind of a placeholder amount. Depending on when construction starts, we get the RFP out. If we can start at this point, whether it's a fall, by the time we get the numbers back from the architects for the baseline costs, then we'll send that out to RFP, and depending on the estimated construction start date or availability of the contractors, we'll know better once that comes through. But that does show the project, at least the full cost in there. If we did want to reduce it, recognizing we're possibly just the quarter of the year, it's not going to change your tax levy funding at all. It would just be the amount of the borrowing in there. So if there's any questions on any of those items.
Questions?
I have a question. Is that me, Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes,
Mhm.
I took that as you, but thank you for the
Okay,
clarification, Councillor
sorry.
Hutchinson. Go ahead. I'm looking through
I
my
didn't hear you.
paperwork here. Thank you.
So on that line, Director Mine, it just, so the levy, it's 75,000, then you go across, you got 295,000. Is that 295 that's coming out of reserves to help cover that? And
Yes,
the development charge 110,000.
Yeah, we've been
Right.
putting away some each year for the police building. So that's the balance that's in there at the end of 2020. So we're looking at pulling that out towards funding the project in 2021.
Okay, so the total amount to be bore would be 5,520,000 roughly. Yeah.
Possibly, and reduced possibly with FCM grant funding once we
Right.
know what kind of dollars that might equate to, once we get the architect's numbers back on the difference in there. We're not knowing if the costs for our net zero project are a bit higher. If they're offset with the with grant funding, the borrowing may still be the same. It may be a net, for those enhancements. It may not be a cost reduction with the grant. It just may be that we won't have additional costs. So we'll know that more once we get those refined numbers and approvals. If we get approved through the FCM, it is an
So I'm
application process.
just curious why, like, we're putting 75,000 towards the levy, but yet back in operations, like when we put down approximate estimate cost of 300,000 to repay the loan. So
that would have,
yeah, I'm just
that would have been
curious.
construction financing. When we developed the budget in November, we were hoping to have a spring start that we haven't, we're not there yet based on our targets, but we originally, we won't have, I'll need to borrow money while we're constructing the project because I don't have $6 million idly waiting in the bank account. So I need those advances. I won't be paying back the principal. That's some of the numbers that you referred to earlier in your motion that we'll be bringing back at our next meeting on the operations side is based on our current timelines. How much will we need to realistically have in our budget for construction financing? The 300,000 is possibly where we'll need to be eventually for the paying back the loan on an annual basis. So that does give you a flavor for that, even if we're not going to, if you're going to defer raising those, bringing your tax base up to that amount, but that will bring those forward at the next meeting on those revised construction loan costs.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon me, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you, Director Mike, I'm going to ask the same question again about what that 6 million includes. Is that strictly construction only, not fitting out the building, or do we know that yet?
We don't know that yet. We're waiting for the architect to bring back those costs because this is just a placeholder. We don't have that fine number back yet. We had to get council to approve the floor plan or just concept design. So now they're working at developing those construction estimates, rough estimates for that. So once they bring that back, then we'll have a more refined number of what that construction would be.
Okay, so when you say construction costs, you mean the full build, meaning furniture, equipment, whatever it may
Ideally,
be?
yeah, ideally we'll have that all in that amount.
Okay, and we're also able to depreciate that, or if it's through a loan, it'll be a matter of a monthly or whatever payment. So it's the equivalent of depreciation, right?
We'll capitalize the full amount,
Right.
amortize it over, which is a non-cash related expense, but your borrowing costs, the annual repayment of principal and interest will be part of your annual budget once the project is completed and the financing secured.
Okay, because that's what I'm hoping we'll have part of next next meeting. We'll see how far we go. Thank you. That was my only question.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So a question for Director Mighton. Is it correct to, am I reading this correctly, that there's really no change to the capital request over last year? Like I think we've had the $75,000 in there for a couple of years now for the police station, as well as the transfer to reserve. So is it kind of status quo this year for the admin in terms of capital?
As far as the tax
Yeah.
levy piece, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? All right, Director Mighton, how do we deal with this particular one before we move on from your vantage point? That
Yep,
is
sure. So if there's no changes, we'll just move into the next department as far as the on the capital list. And then if there's changes to be made, we can make note of those. I'm not sure, Clerk Scharbach, if a motion at the end of our total capital review to say, okay, adjustments based on a dollar amount, or if we need to do it on each individual item. I was thinking maybe a total at the end, but I'll look to a bit of direction from you on that one.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbach.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we could capture that in a summary motion at the end, and that would list all the pieces if necessary, and go from there. I think if there's clear direction what to include in that motion at the end, then I'll list off what I've got, and council can say yes or no, we meant that to be included. Is that what you're thinking, Carrie? Sorry, Director?
Yes, that's why I was thinking. That way we can keep it moving along, and then I'll just summarize it for council then at the end for the motion.
Perfect.
Well, thank you for that suggestion. It seems like a clear pathway forward. I'm not seeing any member of council with their hand up for another suggestion or further clarification. So please proceed.
Okay. So our next, we get into the fire, and I do believe our fire chief is on the meeting as well, so he can help answer some detailed questions should there be any in there. But we've got our typical turnout gear. In Ayton, we've got a Hearst combi tool, and then we've got the new items. We have a station workwear, thermal imaging camera, and a driveway Siamese. You'll see that similar in the other two stations, turnout gear in all three. The truck reserve, again, trying to build up the truck reserve back to a balance so that we're ready when the next new fire truck needs to come. And then it's a combination. He's got the thermal imaging cameras in all three stations. The driveway Siamese in all three, and then the combi tool is the one item in Ayton. The furnace truck bays in Durham is the sort of other big project, and in Newstead there's a small amount for a rotary saw. If there's anything on the stations before we go into the West Grey admin fire budget.
Okay, let me check. Members of council, any inquiries here? I'm not seeing, yes, I am now. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we do trucks, we put money aside in a reserve every year. And so when it comes time to buy a $750,000 truck, we've got some money. We don't have $750,000, obviously. Does the rest go through a debenture, a long-term loan?
Yes, so we have the one that we purchased last year for Newstead. So we had some in the fire truck reserve, and then we're looking at securing borrowing for the balance of that truck. Ideally, we've got some vehicles that we have currently borrowing. So ideally, if it's the Durham station trucks, that loan will be paid off by the time the next truck loan needs to be secured. So then that amount of payback is already built into the budget.
So that's based on the logic that we want to have only one truck loan out at a time, and that we tend to buy a new truck every 3, 4, 5 years, somewhere in there. There's another logic that about getting a long-term loan that would roughly equal the lifespan of the piece of equipment. So if you're buying a truck that you expect to last for 20 years, that you would get a 20-year loan to cover that piece of equipment and pay it back over its lifespan, so that we don't have to be paying for everything upfront cash, or pay it off in 5 years and then get the free use of it for the following 15 years. Have we considered using that approach to our big asset purchases?
We haven't. We've used this modified approach with part saved up, part financed. Up to this point, that was the model that we've used, but we can certainly work alternatives into the 10-year capital projections for financing strategies for it, if we want to change that model. But that's sort of been, we've tried to have some saved up, and then and in combination with the long-term borrowing.
Okay, because I've noticed some other municipalities have like a loan for every major piece of equipment, and they have a list in their budget of their outstanding debentures, and they'll have 15 or 20 or 30, well maybe not 30, but they'll have quite a number of them, and they're at a certain point in their lifespan. And I just wondered if that might be a method that would smooth the peaks and valleys. I know with reserves, we're trying to smooth the peaks and valleys a little bit, but if it ever came up that we needed to buy 2 trucks in 1 year, that would be a very significant valley. And I just wanted to, I don't really know this aspect of finance and long-term capital financing. I look to you and maybe Councillor Townsend as having more experience, and it's just a model that I've seen, and I would like to be educated more on it somewhere down the road. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And as we develop our asset management, hitting our targets for where we need to update on the asset management plan, part of that is the financing strategies are built into that plan. So it'll all be coming forward with those updates as we hit those targets as well.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, members of council? All right, I'm not seeing any. Oh, now I am. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to confirm all of the gear and things like that. Do they come with what kind of what frequency?
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So turnout gear is only good for 10 years. Okay. After 10 years, if it's been worn once, it still has to be disposed of. So what we do is we buy a certain amount every year, depending on the condition it's in. So, I mean, it varies from year to year, but it always seems to work out about the same. I could buy a new helmet today and some guy drops it off the ladder truck tomorrow, and that helmet, which is worth $500, is no longer any good. It's got to be destroyed. Turnout gear. The turnout gear is made of 3 layers. There's the exterior layer, and then the interior layer has a vapor barrier in it. That vapor barrier has to be tested after the 3-year mark. We don't do that because it would cost us $500 per gear to send them away. We do a self-inspection where we tear them apart. There's a way you can turn them inside out to inspect that vapor gear. After 5 years, we have them tested, and they fail, they're out the door. If they're good, we continue to wear them. We go through a lot more turnout gear here in Durham than we do at the other 2 stations, but it runs about the same as far as changing stuff out. This year I might have, say in Durham, I might have 3 sets that have to be replaced. And so I replace those 3. We also find 2 or 3 other sets that are done. Turnout gear is worth anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500 per person, depending on their size. And that's just for the coat and the pants, not the boots. The boots run $400 to $500 a pair. And as I say, the helmets are about $375, $475 in around there. Your turnout gloves, your firefighting entry gloves that everybody's mandated to have, they run about $150 per pair. So yeah, it's expensive. So we try to stay on top of it. We rotate the old stuff out and keep the new stuff coming in.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief Schwartz. Further,
Again, to
Councillor
Director
Townsend?
Mighton, I wondered whether or not, again, it's something that we can smooth out just to sort of get some level, if you will, expense year over year. And that brings to the question, how does this compare to last year's?
So the turnout gear is leveled out. It is at this about the same amount roughly across the 3 stations every year. The new piece is this station workwear, which is not your turnout gear. That is actual workwear. So that's a new piece that's in there that was not part of the budget before. But the level that you need to be at is roughly where those turnout gear amounts are right now. That's very similar to other prior years. So we have leveled that out.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. That was my only question.
Okay, then. Any further questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I think council, and perhaps Director Mighton, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think council made the determination last year to bump the capital purchase of the fire truck for the fire chief. I think that was a decision we made last year, which would put additional pressure on this year. So if that's correct, we're doing quite well because the impact of that truck is $32,000 to the levy, but we're only $20,000 more in capital this year than last year. But I just don't recall, Director Mighton, am I remembering that accurately, that we bumped the truck to this year?
Yes, we we did defer it to 2021.
Yeah, so this is actually very reasonable considering we bumped that truck ahead. So yeah, just wanted that clarity. Thank you.
Further questions, members of council? Seeing none, Director Mighton, please continue.
Yeah, so we've got the pickup truck for the chief to replace that. And there is some items that go along with it, the cap, the tray, and then he's got a warning system and a radio repeater system as well. So yeah, the overall, I think the capital on fire was 20,000. Capital. Yeah, 20,425. The large portion of that is the station workwear item. That's about 17,500 of that. When you look at some of the other equipment replacements that are in there.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything further from our members of council. Director Mighton.
Okay, the police capital, as you're aware, includes a vehicle and a server. So that is what they're proposing in their capital. I think they may be bringing forward a dispatch system update, but they're going to, I believe, fund that from their reserves. But once we get the revised budget, we'll have those revised numbers for the police capital in there. So moving into public works. We've got a pickup truck, plow truck. We try to replace pickups, the oldest one going from the fleet. Plow trucks and graders, we try to do one every other year. Again, this idea of smoothing the expenses. Graders are more expensive generally than plow trucks. So when it's a plow truck year, we try to put money into an equipment reserve so that you avoid those spikes when if next year is a greater year, then we can pull from the equipment reserve to help offset that so that the budget remains at a smooth level. So that's the reason for the equipment reserve transfer in there.
Any questions?
Oh, yep, sorry.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt,
Yep.
but I wanted to ensure there was
Yep.
any questions. It's okay to continue for sure.
So in the construction or roads and bridges section, we do have an amendment in there. It is an additional bridge, the Garifraxa Street Connecting Link Bridge. We had received that funding. So that is a $789,000 project. It is funded $710,000 from the province, and we will have about $78,900 that we need to fund from our share. It's a 90% funding program. So we have I've added that in to show that expense, and to fund that, the transfer to the bridge reserve, we have reduced to 61,000 and use some, it was at 140 on your sheets, but we're showing the portion of that being used for the our share of the Connecting Link project. So what that does is we've got 3 bridges that we will be completing this year. The Macquarie Structure 46 Bridge, the Garifraxa Street Connecting Link Bridge, and the Lance Bridge 28, which is the ICIP Rural and Northern Grant that we received on that one. And we are using our gas tax funding on the Macquarie Bridge, and then supplementing that with some tax levy dollars.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I'm just trying to keep my notes up to date. So the Garifraxa Bridge isn't in here, right?
No, it was missed in the sheets that were distributed in November.
Okay, so I'm just writing it in. It's Garifraxa. The estimated expense is
789,149.
And the amount of the levy?
78,915.
Okay.
And the grant funding is 710,234.
Okay, terrific. That's good news about that bridge. And is that going to happen this summer, most likely?
I believe so. Director Schwinski, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was a summer project, or is it a fall?
To the chair, it'll be happening this summer.
And if I could just ask a brief question, will that entail closing both lanes on the bridge or one at a time?
Through the chair, that'll essentially mean just closing lanes one at a time. There may be instances or a couple of days here and there where they may have to close both lanes, but every effort will be made to have one lane open at all times. And because there's parking on that bridge, essentially that will give us a little bit of extra room to get traffic around as needed.
Oh, okay. Well, our downtown businesses will be delighted to hear that you're going to try and keep one lane open most of the time. Thank you.
Further questions, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I'm just curious, on underneath there, structure 189, a box culvert, and another culvert on Minto and Normanby Town Line. They're listed in here, and there's a amount beside them, but there's no monies attached to it in our budget. I'm just curious why that's in there.
And those, yeah, sorry, those were, just let me double check on my 20, I think it was a carry forward. I reuse my sheets every year. And I think the town line, yeah, so we completed the town line. That was in 2020. What was the other one that you had there?
Structure 189,
Structure
box culvert
189.
just above.
Yeah, I think that was maybe on a preliminary list, and
Okay, so it
wasn't
shouldn't be in there.
moved forward. No, yeah.
So if I just make a comment, like obviously bridges are a major concern for us, and I see, you know, obviously we've got 960,000 going on to the levy. We've received a number of grants, but we, you know, ideally we need to put $1 million a year plus into the bridges, and leave it up to our director in terms of the plan. Whether we're going to be fortunate enough to get some grant money to do that in the future is going to be the challenge, right? So I don't know how we resolve that, but the more money we can put into bridges, the better, for sure. That's just a comment.
So I see that Director Shurinsky has his hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you kindly, Your Worship. Essentially, what we have there for, just wanted to provide a further clarification with respect to the bridges that are there. So the 3 bridges that we talked about earlier are projects that are ongoing that council has committed to from the 2020 budget, and or are projects that we are working on with respect to government funding. Bridge 70 is a bridge that was closed in 2020, and the deck needs to be repaired. That bridge is located on it's closer to Highway 89, and it's on concession 2. And essentially, Bridge 189 is another bridge that was closed in 2020, and that's because, and it's a smaller concrete structure and so forth. And that's what those 2 numbers are there. So the 323 and the 413, those bridges will remain closed unless council would like to fix them this year. And if so, then those would be added into the budget for this year. The Minto-Normanby Town Line Culvert is $150,000. That is an ongoing project between Minto and West Grey. And that would be, it says 150 for this year if council would approve it. However, it's an ongoing project and would require, I believe, 150 over the next 3 years, because it's on the Minto-Normanby Town Line Road. And so that's what those are there for, because currently, as we speak, Bridge 70 and Bridge 189 are closed. I just thought I would provide some clarification with respect to those numbers.
Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson. Anything further?
Well, yeah, so in other words, if we, like, I don't understand with the Normanby Minto Town Line Culvert, if there is expected to spend 150,000, but we didn't put any money into our budget to cover that. So how are we going to do that?
So Director Mighton, and then over to Director Shrinsky then.
So it's noted on there as something, but you would have to increase your budget or finance it from a different source, but it's not, the project won't be going ahead. There is no budget dollars towards it, but it is showing the cost of those 2 projects. If you want to increase your budget by $400,000, we can get structure 189 done. If you want to realign numbers from another project, noting that the Garifraxa and the Lance Bridge are grant funded, so you can't move anything from those 2. If you don't want to do structure 46, we can realign the number there, but I think the priority was 46 and less priority was on the other ones based on the structures there. But those 2 projects would not be going forward. There is no budget dollars attached to them at this point.
Okay. I just thought it sounded like the director was saying that the Normanby Minto Town Line 1 was already a go, and that we were good for 150,000 per year for 3 years, but that it hasn't started yet. Then it's not actually, they're not actually working on it.
Director Schwinsky.
Through your worship, that's correct, Councillor Hutchison. Essentially, the Minton Ormby Town Line Culvert, it'll be pending our council's commitment to that project. And I'm not exactly sure how that would get accomplished, but because it's on a sort of a border road, in order for the project to be successful, we would have to contribute half, and so would Minto have to contribute half. So that one is, again, the reason also, if I may provide extra clarification in this, is that providing this budget, instead of including all of those bridges in the budget, and other town line roads, for example, like the Grey Highlands or Artemisia town line project, they would significantly increase the budget. So those are there. They are definitely needs. Particularly with 70 and 189, those happened over in 2020. We have received phone calls. Residents in the area are expecting council to do something with respect to those structures. So by no means, those are included in the list. Those are of immediate concern. If council wishes to get those accomplished, those repairs, I can undertake those for 2021. However, I just, instead of sort of loading up the bridge capital budget program, if you will, those are included as the most current and most recent needs with respect to capital budget with bridges.
Okay, so just a comment then. So ideally, if we had another $1 million, we'd be able to accomplish those bridges. But right now, we're looking at almost $1 million on the levy without adding them in. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we can find some money anywhere, but it'd be nice to get it done. I'll leave it at that.
Members of council, Councillor Townsend, yes, and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, Director Martin, you said there was 140,000 from the levy. So are you saying 78,915 are being used for the Garifraxa of that 140? Or is it going up by 78,000?
No, we just realigned it from the 140 bridge reserve and put 78,000 towards the Garifraxa, reducing the bridge reserve to a $61,000 transfer.
Okay. The second question has to do with process for Director Zawinski. When we've chatted on the side in the past about trying to get a process in place for bridges, one of the things we talked about was using the OSUM and all the other measurements, if you will, or ways of determining the criticality of a bridge, the risk, and et cetera, et cetera. So if you were to take Bridge 70 and Bridge 189, do they, when they're closed, they don't have a risk per se, right? And that's kind of the way you look at assets, and that's the way we've looked at Kennedy and et cetera. So if we look at, and the Traviston, so if we look at those, do they warrant the priority to get repaired based on the traffic and the risk of not having them opened? Or do they fall into the same category as Kennedy and Traviston, meaning that they no longer pose a risk, they're not having a significant impact on traffic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And I realize there would be people that see it differently because they live in the area. But if you look at it totally from an unemotional, it doesn't affect me kind of scenario, which is the way assets are viewed, do these also, now they're closed, fall into that category? I'm trying to be determining whether we have a consistent application of a definition or whether or not we're treating them differently if we say they're a priority to get repaired.
Through your worship, essentially, well, those, to succinctly answer your question with respect to prioritization, The bridges that are there, like with 70 and 189, those are the ones that were most recently closed. If it is council's desire to keep all bridges open, then in fact, those are priority. Obviously, to the residents around there, those are priority. But that's the approach that I've been taking. Council has received rationalization studies. And we are also in the process of, in the future and so forth, looking at our asset management program. So there's two approaches that I may suggest that council may want to take. One is they're either going to have another look at the bridge rationalization study, and they're going to endorse the rationalization study, and then prioritize bridges, et cetera, based on that study. Or I would suggest the council consider actively populating the asset management program with respect to bridge conditions and so forth. And as that asset management program matures and essentially sort of produces the list of bridges for that particular year or upcoming years that will need to be replaced, that would be another approach. However, and the reason that I bring these items up is because essentially every single year, council is going to be struggling with these decisions with respect to what bridges get replaced or are repaired and which bridges don't. With respect to risk, those bridges were there, they were part of a transportation system, and the expectation from everyone out there essentially is, or not, I shouldn't say that, I can't speak for everyone, but we've definitely received some calls and so forth with respect to the bridges that are most recently closed, and they're wondering what council's going to do, whether or not they're going to replace them and or leave them closed. Bridges that are left closed are not necessarily risk-free because they are an asset. They are there over top of water. If a bridge is not going to be replaced, then council has to keep in mind that just because a bridge is closed does not necessarily mean that there will be $0 spent on it. A decision eventually has to be made that if the bridge is no longer going to be required and council wishes to not have that asset any longer, then council has to budget to have the bridge decommissioned. So to tear the bridge down, recycle the steel, and we essentially council would have to tender the decommissioning of those bridges. If in fact council wishes to move forward with respect to their asset improvement and they wish to continue replacing bridges, then by all means those will come to the capital budget like these ones have, and essentially they will be they're added to the capital budget, and those are the challenges that council faces. So since my coming on board here with West Grey, those are some of my observations, and those are some of my this is sort of where I feel that council has kind of this is where you've landed. So so I wouldn't necessarily getting back to the risk component of it. It doesn't absolve council of risk when bridges are closed. There are other liabilities involved with leaving a structure that is not fit for pedestrian and or vehicular traffic and having those structures just sort of sit there over water. If that's definitely a liability.
Okay, and I guess, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, follow up to that, there's the issue of now we have 4 closed. So how do you prioritize? And again, I'm trying not to make it a political decision. I'm trying to make it an asset decision based on need, impact, risk, etc. Should we not now look at the 4, not just the 2? And then if you come back and say, that's what it is, this is the bridge, if you will, let's say you pick one, they go 1, 2, 3, 4, then the argument is, where does that fit in with the others? And then you come forward to council with a recommendation rather than council making the decision. And I say that because you're the best with your support team and all the other analyses that is available to you. You're the one that is the best equipped to make those kind of decisions. We are not technocrats. We're going to be emotional or politicized, whatever. And I'm just trying to get to the right answer. So eventually our budget system would be, you come forward and tell us what's happening next year and we endorse it. We don't change it. We don't play games with it. We actually just make it happen. But you do, in all fairness, take into account all the bridges. And that's what the rationale report was supposed to do last time. But it was divided into three. Now we've got to list it in one. So that's one major step. Now the trick is, if we're going to start analyzing which closed bridges are to be opened, then should we not also do the same liability and risk and et cetera analyses and rate them in exactly the same as all the open ones? Because which one's more important? A bridge that will create a liability because it's closed, or one that could fail? And that has to be a technical answer. It can't be, my gut feel based here. I don't have that knowledge or that skill. So I guess the question is, if you're recommending those two would be the next on the list, is there some logic behind that to say that you've disqualified the other two that were closed a few years ago, as not being the next in line?
Excuse me, members of council, if I may, before the director responds, I've just noticed that Madam Mayor has been dropped from the meeting. I just spoke with her. She's requesting one of two things. She's going to dial in by phone. In the interim, she's requesting either Deputy Mayor Hutchinson takes over the chair, or council determines if a recess is in order. So I will leave it to council to determine how you'd like to do that. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Why don't we take 10 minutes, and let's get the mayor back on, because I know that she'd like to speak to some of these items. I'm assuming she would. Everybody good with 10? So I'm showing 1:50, so how about 2 o'clock? Does that work for everyone? 2 o'clock, we'll pick up where we were? Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett, are you with us? Supervisor Hewlett, are you signed back in? We're just waiting for Supervisor Hewlett.
Hi, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that we have Mayor Robinson on the line.
Okay, thank you. It is, I have 201, and we have all members of council on my screen. I believe they're all here. You've identified that Mayor Robinson is joining via the phone, so we will resume the meeting. I believe Councillor Townsend, you still had the floor, so go ahead, please.
Would you like to
Mr.
restate
Chair?
the question again?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Christine Robinson. I do want to confirm that I am participating in the meeting on my phone. I do not have video on my phone, so I just have the audio in this particular case. And I appreciate that you will continue the chairing of this meeting for the balance of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm sorry, Councillor Townsend, go ahead.
Yeah, let me restate my question, and it really had to do with prioritization of bridges and sort of putting the decision-making in this form of recommendations, and I'll say strong recommendations from staff, the technical people that have the information. So we were presented with two bridges here that have recently closed. We have two already closed, and we have a priority list. And I guess my question was, shouldn't we put those 4 closed bridges in the priority list and consider all 4 along with all others to determine what should be done next, rather than just picking the most recent? If we do that, the other 2 will never get done. And maybe that's the right answer, that they keep getting pushed out, but maybe it isn't the right answer. And so I'd ask the director, under what basis over the other 2 closed would you pick these 2 to open? And since we realized we'd lost you, Madam Mayor, we recessed to give you a chance to get back in on the conversation. So to you, Director Zawinski, if you could respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
One
So
moment, Director. I see Mayor Robinson, just her mic's on. Go ahead, Mayor Robinson, if you had a comment.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that Councillor Townsend has mentioned that I wish to speak to this, and also to you, Deputy Mayor Chairing. Please note that we do have an indication. I have identified that I have a notice of motion that will be addressing Kennedy Bridge, and I do support the idea of having a look at all those bridges, the Kennedy and Traverston, but particularly dealing with the Kennedy Bridge in terms of the full dialogue for this budget. Thank you for your time at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Okay, Director Zawinski, go ahead, please.
Your worship, most recently those 2 bridges were closed in 2020, and that's why I brought them here. I have not excluded or discluded the Traverston Bridge or the Kennedy Bridge with respect to whether or not those get open before these two structures that most recently closed. So again, I'm going to just summarize this by saying we essentially have 3 bridges that are planned for and scheduled to be completed in 2021. We've got the Garifaxa Bridge, we have the Lance Bridge, and we have Structure 46, the Macquarie Bridge. So if we're going to include these other bridges in the budget, then let's slide those figures over and put them into the budget column and so forth, and we'll move forward with those. If council wishes to also consider the Traverston Bridge and the Kennedy Bridge in the budget as well, then add those in as well. And this, which would mean a very large tax increase to have all those structures repaired and replaced and so forth. So, and this perhaps is a discussion perhaps for another meeting, but some sort of prioritization needs to be set for the bridges. I would recommend that either council is going to endorse the bridge rationalization study, or they are going to choose another way to prioritize their bridges and so forth, so that we can move forward with a budget, a capital budget. And if bridges are closing before like suddenly and so forth, before they're going to appear on the list, or before, you know, sort of their life expectancy is 60 years and something happens to them a little bit earlier, then we need to kind of decide how that is going to fit into the capital budget and endorse some sort of prioritization plan so that you can defend your decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. I concur with that too. So I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
Okay, anything further, Councillor Townsend? Because we go to Councillor Hamilton next.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, and thank you for the conversation. And I agree. I think a dedicated meeting to this conversation, and I think council making a decision that provides direction for staff is fair to staff and fair to our community. And so I would propose that council hold a special council meeting for the purpose of reviewing and endorsing the bridge rationalization study. And so I don't know as a councillor if I need to make that a motion, but I think that's something that we've sat with these studies for a few years. I think we needed this time as a newer council just to have a really good understanding of what we're up against. I don't think there's, I don't think council's in a position where they want to be putting in another $500,000, $600,000 to $800,000 to repair just the ones that are listed here today. So I think this is a really important conversation, and it ought to happen sooner than later. So I would, if I can make a motion, I would move that council hold a special council meeting in April, or sorry, not in April. Council hold a special council meeting for the purpose of reviewing and endorsing the bridge rationalization studies.
Go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
I would like to second that motion, please.
Okay, what I was doing is I'm actually looking online. I'm looking to see if Clerk Sharback's with us, and I don't believe that I see the clerk signed in. So
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I did not see it. Thank you. Did you catch the motion from Councillor Hamilton? It was seconded by Councillor Townsend.
Yes, through you. I have moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Townsend. Council holds a special council meeting for the purpose of reviewing and endorsing the bridge rationalization study. Or sorry, is it a study or a report?
If I may, there were 3 studies, so studies.
And all 3 of them you want to review and endorse?
Yeah, it provided a comprehensive picture of West Grey. That's correct.
The 3 bridge rationalization studies. I'm just wondering what date.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. May I ask a question of staff if My expectation is this clarity would be helpful for the asset management plan. Perhaps staff could comment on that, and that's, I think, due in July. And if council's not prepared to increase the budget for the capital plan, then I don't think this conversation has to happen before we're completed budget. But perhaps our CEO, our Director Zawinski, I would welcome your comments about how quickly you'd like some direction from council. Thank you.
Director Zawinski.
Through your worship. Those are all very good comments, Councillor Hamilton, with respect to the budget that's before you. So indeed, that is in fact the case. If council wishes to increase the budget so that those bridges can be repaired, then by all means, then that's what it would take to get those completed. As far as direction goes, if council is not prepared to do that at this time, then this other meeting that council is discussing would be the time to prioritize and agree on some sort of a way to prioritize the bridges for our capital budget.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor Hamilton?
I agree. The clerk's asking for a date that's very appropriate. So I would just check in with our CEO in terms of scheduling. Is this kind of meeting, would it fit in the next month or so, or are we looking a little further out in terms of staff time and priorities? Thank you.
Okay, CEO Johnson, and I do see Mayor Robinson wants to speak, but CEO Johnson, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Deputy. I would like to actually defer to the clerk. I seem to recall that we had a meeting set for training or special items that might arise, and rather than add another council meeting, perhaps that's an opportunity for this to be a perfect fit for that meeting. But I'd like to defer to the clerk because I'm not quite sure what the intention of that placeholder was.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We do have a special council meeting scheduled for March 30th and approved by the resolution that adopted our meetings for the year. And it was set aside as a possible training special meeting if it was needed. So what we can do is, since it's already approved, we can certainly use that for the budget, or sorry, the bridge review, if that's appropriate for council, because we don't have a specific training session booked for that. It was, as the CIO mentioned, more of a placeholder just in case something came up, because there are a number of things mentioned late in the year, last year, when this schedule was set up. So it is free. There's no training booked for that day, and we could certainly use that scheduled special meeting for the purpose of bridge review for those studies, if that's council's wish, that we could add that March 30th date into this motion.
I would add that into my motion, please. And thank you. I think that provides the clarity that we need. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Super.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to go to Mayor Robinson, that's been on hold here. So go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, I certainly, I'm just sorry, I'm getting a little feedback, so I'm a bit hesitant when I speak in order for the rest of my conversation to go through. But what I could tell you is that I fully support this motion. And in fact, I did unmute to second it, but that's just fine. And I was going to identify that there were potential dates at the end of March, being the 30th or 31st, that we could have this open meeting and make it very aware to our citizens that this meeting is taking place. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? We do have a motion before us. Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether financing is going to be part of that that meeting. I'd really like to think about how we could put $1 million a year in towards bridges. And I don't know whether that means borrowing money for the next 5 years to try to get on top of this. I'm going to leave this to the director to think about and whether to come up with some creative ideas. But how can we resolve the issue of not having enough money without going into, you know, a 19-20% tax increase to cover our bridges? We have an issue, we need to resolve it. The other option that hopefully we'll discuss, I guess, in our meeting is that places like Wellington or North Wellington, they have something like 13 bridges closed. So that's another option if we're, in order to get on top of this, if maybe we have to close bridges. And we also have traffic studies, which we would take into consideration when we look at that, because obviously if there's not much traffic, then maybe we can't afford to keep that bridge open. So there's a few things there, but I'd really like to see us get on top of this with some monies, and I'm not sure how we do that without pushing our tax increase up. But maybe there's other ways of doing it besides loans. I know grants are great, but you can't rely on them. So something that's going to be consistent for a few years that can help us get on top of our building costs here. Thank you. That's it.
Director Mike, do you have a follow-up to that at all, please? And thank you.
Yep, we can try to build that in. Again, we borrow money, we'll show the repayment costs, because if you're going to borrow 500,000 for 5-10 years, what's your, we've got to build that into the budget then the subsequent years. And if you keep doing it for 5 years in a row, now you're paying back $3 million, or so it's going to take away construction dollars, because you've now put them into financing dollars. And does that result in year 5 coming to a halt of construction because we're tied up in so much loan repayment? These things, it's, we'll show scenarios, but it's difficult with these when we know that we've got another bridge, 3 bridges the next year. It's not like with the police station, it's a one-time kind of expenditure. So we're not going to be building that every year. So once we put that financing in there, we've got that in. The difficulty with bridges is that we're blessed with them or cursed, depending on your perspective. And we have 1, if not 3 or 4 that need to be done every year. So it would certainly put pressure on it, but we can build that into like a sample scenario, just so you can see what the impact would be on your operating payback for continued loans each year for bridges.
Thank you. All right, so it is almost 2:20. Is there any other comments or questions on this? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things. One is I'm wondering if we can make sure that gets captured for our strategic planning activity, Madam CIO, to put that as a target, if you will, to address as well, because strategic planning should be looking at your major needs or wants, to move forward. The other thing is I want to confirm that we will be working from the single rationale priority list, et cetera. When we look at it, it doesn't mean we can't refer to the individual ones for reference of the technical details or whatever, but I truly believe that West Grey has to look at all its assets at once. And I think you'll find that the geography will work its way out based on age and traffic, et cetera. But anyway, if not, we can deal with that as it comes up. But I think since we've gone through the effort of putting the single list together, I think that should be our starting point with the rationale reports used as a backup material to give the detail on each bridge. Just thought I'd throw that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? And I'm going to go to Clerk Scharbeck so you could read. Do we have a motion on the table? If you could read it, and we'll call the vote, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair Hutchinson. I just wanted to note that the special meeting on March 30th is currently scheduled for 10 a.m. Since it is a special meeting to review those 3 bridge rationale studies, or review and endorse, is that appropriate that we leave it at the 10 a.m. start? It seems to work okay.
Yeah, that works. I'm assuming that works for everyone.
So do you, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council utilizes the special meeting on March 30th at 10 a.m. for the purpose of reviewing and endorsing the bridge rationalization studies.
Okay, I believe that captures everything. Mover and seconder, is that captured? Just a quick hand up. Okay, so we'll call the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Mayor Robinson, go ahead.
I am in favor.
Okay, and I have, show 6 members of council in favor, so motion carried. Thank you. I believe that completes the public works portion.
Yes, that gets us down. The single surface and hot mix basically mirrors our 2020, hoping that we can get a similar amount of kilometers completed for that. But, there is a small bit in there for sidewalk replacement as well. Director Sawinski may have a comment on that.
Yes, go ahead, Director Sawinski.
Thank you, Your Worship. Essentially, the $20,000 that has been earmarked in the budget, that amount of money was for a sidewalk replacement in Ayton. I essentially I had a closer look at that project this summer, and in order to properly put a sidewalk in that leads to the school, basically what I'm recommending is that particular short section of road is going to need to be reconstructed by placing the sidewalk or installing a sidewalk beside a road that is deteriorating away and does not have proper surface drainage. By installing that sidewalk slightly higher than the road, essentially what that would lead to is large ponding of water on the road because the road has deteriorated to a point where some of the surface drainage is draining off into areas that aren't designed to take that kind of water. So in any event, there's $20,000 there for sidewalk replacement, and I would recommend to council that they would use that $20,000 to pay for a design to properly put a sidewalk into the school and to facilitate drainage for that particular road for future consideration.
Okay, comments or questions? Councillor Hutchinson?
So does that actually mean that you can construct a sidewalk this year, Councillor Sawinski, or does that mean you're just doing the study to look at the road and how it's all going to come together?
Through your worship, that would pay for that would basically pay for a design. That wouldn't involve any construction work whatsoever this year. That would pay for a design.
Okay.
And oh, sorry, if I could just add, what I could do is I can I was given an estimate for a design. The $20,000 will definitely cover that. However, I was just going to say I could try to see if I could shave a couple of dollars off of there, or try to come back with a refined estimate. But I mean, essentially, it would consume most of that 20.
Thank you.
Before we go on, I just want to welcome Mayor Robinson for joining us virtually as well. So go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, I lost my train of thought there. One moment. If I may ask our director regarding the Eaton sidewalk near the school, this would be the design, but we wouldn't replace that sidewalk until the road, like the road and sidewalk would go all together at construction time. Is that correct?
Your worship, I believe so. It's a short section of road, And
Okay.
by the time you dug up to put the sidewalk into the proper elevations, before that could happen, you'd have to install the proper storm drainage lines into the road so that the water can drain. And then after that, the road surface there is considerably deteriorated. So there's not really any portion of the road that's worth saving. It's deteriorated quite badly. The other interesting observation there is that a lot of the driveways for the homes along that particular road, all of the driveways are at grade with the existing road. So any modifications, etc., to that particular street is going to involve alteration and some what's the word I'm looking for here? Some customization with respect to each driveway to ensure that any new modifications that are any new design and new construction that's on that road does not negatively impact private property with respect to drainage.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. So that's to be continued into the next year, I would imagine. So thank you for that. So just a couple of questions. One is, how much do we currently have in our bridge reserve? And how much did we spend on roads and bridges last year against the levy? Just to compare what we're committed to in our levy this year to last year. Thank you.
The bridge reserve has $140,000 in it. Last year was the first year that we created that reserve. And 2020. So roads, so in the, you're looking at the levy contribution towards the roads and
Yes.
bridges was
Thank you.
489,445. This
Okay.
year it's 530,372.
Okay.
Construction total, out of curiosity, was 1.47 last year, and this year it would be 3.28. We are
Okay.
able to achieve that with significant grant funding this year. So there is a lot of work proposed to be done. It's just, and part of it is a small increase on the tax levy as well.
Okay. Oh, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Okay, so back to you, Director Martin, for, I guess we're at the end of this one section here then.
Yeah, so we'll move on to the water sewer if there's nothing further there.
Well, Director Sawinski, before I go there, I just wanted to ask Mayor Robinson if you would like to assume the chair again.
Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you very much for chairing a significant portion of the meeting while I just had challenges with broadband and also on the phone. So I hope you were able to hear me when I did speak through the phone. And just thank you very much, members of council, for your patience. So I can assume the chair again. And again, thank you, Deputy, for chairing. So
Mayor Robinson, just before the chair is yours, I just wanted to let you know that Director Sawinski did have his hand up before I asked you, so.
thank you.
Thank you.
Director Schwinski, please.
Yes, through your worship. Essentially, with respect to the environmental budget, there's been some recent additions here that I would like council to be able to consider here. These, just a reminder that this, I believe, is funded through user fees and is not necessarily transferred to the levy. But with council's indulgence, there's some additional money that I would like to add here. And I asked this through the Director of Finance. What's the best way to approach this or discuss this? There's a sum of money that I have here for the Durham sewage treatment plant and some for the Durham water treatment plant.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, if you want to give us those sort of projects and dollars, and then I can add it to our summary so that we've got that for the motion at the end of the review here.
Certainly.
So please go ahead, Director Schwinsky.
Okay, certainly. So essentially, there's some valve replacements, and our clarifier chain at the Durham sewage treatment plant needs to be repaired. And there's a flow meter that needs to be installed in order for us to meet compliance with respect to our sewage treatment plant. So the total for all three of those projects, and I can break them out later on, but that's $40,000. 40,500 is the estimated amount. And for the Durham water, essentially we have some water services that are freezing. And so, there's a well probe that needs to be installed as well. And that total for those three comes to 15,500.
Okay.
And that's really the only additions that I have. And I apologize to all for the late or submission for council's consideration.
Well, Director Stransky, I think it is most appropriate when you do find out that there are additional financial estimates that need to be in deliberation considerations. I think it's most appropriate that you presented them here today. So thank you for that. Director Mighton, is there anything further on this before I open it up to members of council should they have any questions?
No, I think that just adds a couple of adjustments to there. So if there's just move to questions on that. Those
Okay,
again are
super.
funded from the user fees of the water and sewer systems.
Thank you for clarifying that, of course. Let me see. Thank you, Director. We'll go to Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Townsend.
It's okay. I was just going to ask that question. It's not going to hit our levy. It's going to be put back on the user fees, correct? So we're not going to, it doesn't hit our levy. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I guess I'm wondering if there will be an impact on the user fees in 2021 as a result of these, or is there reserves, et cetera, to sort of smooth out the increment when things like this happen?
We will need to increase the user fees. They have fallen behind, so there will be an increase, not necessarily directly related to these projects, but the system does need to be updated for their rates.
A further clarification, can you tell us when that'll happen?
I'm hoping to get at it as soon as I can. If we can get maybe April, then we can have it passed and effective for the second quarter or third quarter of the year this year for the billings.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Members of council, any further questions? Just looking on the screen. Okay, please continue, Director Mighton.
So moving on from water and sewer, we get into the recreation budgets. So we've got the ice resurfacer reserve. We've got 40,000 going into there. We had hoped to get the project completed in 2020. We had applied for several grants, but nothing came through on approvals for that. So looking at putting some more funds into reserve in 2021 with the eye to complete the project in 2022 based on a environmentally friendly or green machine, however you want to refer to it. We're hoping then we would have enough in the reserve plus levy dollars in 2022 to actually make the purchase. We continue to review funding opportunities, but a lot of the focus does not seem to be on replacement of that type of equipment. The focus has been on other areas, especially in the light of COVID. Some of the grant avenues have been canceled or channeled into some other areas. So we'll continue to pursue that, but otherwise we're looking at being ready for 2022 with additional into reserve there. The hall renovation reserve, that we have reduced to 32,500. There was some operational items that needed to be added to the budget. So we realigned that. We saw that on the previous changes summary on there. So that is the reserve transfer for the hall. Normanby Arena Hall renovation is now at 32,500. Looking at a floor scrubber for 8,000. That was the other additional item in there as well. Again, that there was some operational and then the floor scrubber item that reduced the hall renovation reserve, which you're showing on your screen or on your budget information. And we have the guardrails or grass or paving, doing something at the finishing off that parking lot at the Normanby Arena. The Centennial Hall. Do you want me to continue with the rest of Normanby, or did you want to see if there's any questions?
Well, because you put a break in there,
Sure.
it would be a suitable time just to say, members of council, are there any questions at this point? I'm looking. Director Martin, please continue. Thank you.
Okay. So the Centennial Hall, we've got a new playground in the budget. The fundraising, Normanby Recreation fundraising is spearheading that project to a large degree. The levy portion, if you will, is 5,000, which is the same. We transfer, we try to transfer $5,000 every year into playground equipment reserves for the eventual replacement. So you'll see the transfer from reserve is also using that, some of those reserve funds. The ball diamond, looking at a groomer for there. And then there is a transfer to reserve for the Normanby Centennial Hall kitchen renovation. So we're trying to save up some money to update the kitchen there. And that's the Normanby Centennial Hall projects.
Members of council, any questions? Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just have the one question regarding the guardrail, grass, or paving. I think this was something that was brought forward at county that we actually had to have that closed off, or it was highly recommended because it is on the county road. And we actually, I think we have 3. That would be the 3rd entrance. So I just wondering if that's something that's actually going to happen, or if the county's going to maybe even participate. So maybe the director could answer that. Thank you.
Director Shrinsky.
Through your worship. Yes, what I can do is I can approach the county and see if that is a cost that perhaps that they could share on and so forth, as it is you know, an area or an access point to their road. But I'll approach them and so forth, and otherwise I would recommend that we keep that in the budget.
Director Martin, did you have anything further to say on this, I wonder?
No, I think Director Swin, she covered it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Deputy Mayor, is there anything further?
No, well, just one actual add on to that. I think if we do get that up, that's certainly going to help us by preventing heavy equipment from going in there and using it as a parking lot as well. And that's just putting a lot of pressure on the pavement that we just paid for last year. So I think it would be a good thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the fact again that just looking at Normanby Arena, for example, that, you know, we're putting 75,000 plus into reserves. I think we're going to have to look at reserves in order to try to get our budget down. I know there's some concern with that, but anyways, I'd like to have that discussion before we're all said and done, to take a look at our reserves and see where we're at and see if that'll help us to get our budget under control. So anyways, I'll leave it there for now.
Is that something that you want to, if I may, make a decision on now? If we keep putting off to the next meeting. The next meeting is going to be very large and we won't have accomplished anything. So we can always add it back in, but as you know, we started pretty high. So leaving stuff alone, if you're thinking, do I want it to come out? Let's start getting it done.
Yeah. Well, that was my comment right from the get-go, and I know people had a bit of a pushback because they said, we don't want to use reserves because you want to have money in reserves. But to me, reserves are for rainy day funds or for days we have pandemics. So I'm thinking maybe this is the year we start cutting into our reserves, not putting as much into reserves, and maybe even pull money out of our reserves. I know when I look at the reserve sheet, I see upwards of $7 million sitting in reserves. Maybe we got to go there. So anyways, that's my thoughts. And the only thing, I don't want to just pick on Normanby Arena for reserves, because there's lots of other places that we put money into reserves, but maybe we can't do that this year. I'm looking at numbers here. I still think we're 12 to 15% on our budget right now, and we're not even done. So I there's no way I'm going to vote to pass a budget over 10%. So I don't know what we do, but that'd be one way of trying to chip away at it, I guess, is to don't put money into reserves this year. That's my thoughts.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Hamilton.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Mighton, would it be worth doing it for each subsection or at the end recreation? I want to do a comparison to 2020 just to see what our growth in that area is. And I wasn't sure whether it'd be worth doing Normanby and then Newstead, or just do it at the end to see how it balances out, because sometimes you will spend in one area one year and another the next. So I was thinking of asking that question at the total, but I thought I would give you that choice.
Director Mighton.
Sorry, just pull it up here. So we've got for Normanby, for the arena and the Normanby Centennial Hall last year, the levy contributed $40,000, and this year it's $91,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Nothing further?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, and then it was Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Director Mighton, can you remind us of how much we put towards the reserve for the Normanby Hall renovation last year?
Zero.
If you have that. Zero, okay.
Yeah.
And the recommendation for 50, it's now been brought down to 32. Where did we typically put 50 away before last year, or where did that number come from?
We started off with 50 last year, but it didn't survive the budget. Let me just see if I can find if
Thank
we've
you.
got recreation. So we have $25,000 in reserve currently. So I think 50,000 has been attempted, it's been reduced or eliminated over the transfers in have been reduced or eliminated. So we have 25,000 in the Normanby Arena Hall reserve.
Thank you. And is the hall function, like, is it at risk of closing anytime soon? Like we can continue to use it for a few more years before a renovation is required? How
yeah,
urgent?
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure. Councillor Hergert sat on the recreation committee, so she, she might have but the hall functions. I believe it's mostly cosmetic. The kitchen is in good shape. The hall. I think some of the ideas were maybe to put windows in, similar to like Newstead and Durham arena halls, just to bring in natural light and open it up. But it's certainly something that's I think a nice to have, but the hall still is rentable and functional with it in its current state.
Thank you. I would Oh, I'm
Pardon?
sorry, Mayor Robinson.
And I pardon me as well. I do note that Supervisor Hewlett had his hand up, so
Oh, okay.
perhaps he could provide more of a response for you. So
Thank
thank you
you.
for the interruption, Councillor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett?
And sorry, if I may confirm for clarity purposes, this is in regards to the Centennial Hall in Ayton,
Normanby Arena Hall.
the Normanby Arena Hall. The hall itself is, as Director Mighton stated, it is in good condition. It is both the arena and facility itself is an older facility, so it's not brand new and modern by any means, but it is in fine rentable condition. And
Thank you.
there's no in future sight of closing or
Okay.
it's
Thank you.
good to go.
Thank you. Very good. So Mayor Robinson, I don't think we're moving, but I would recommend at the end of our meeting that we reduce this to 0 once again this year. The transfer to the hall renovation reserve for Normanby Arena. And just as a thought, not to be decided today, but I think having a master plan or some sort of global plan about recreation and perhaps trails too would really help guide these decisions moving forward. That's a discussion for another day, but that does come to mind at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I do note that Clerk Sharbuck did make a note. So I appreciate that you identified the what you wish to propose to council for the reserve. Members of council, is there anything further at this point? Okay, see none. Director Mighton, please.
So that gets us, just as a comparison there, we're at 58.5 then for tax levy compared to the, for tax levy support compared to last year's 40,000 for the Normanby facilities. So moving on to Newstead, some ball diamond light fixtures, stacking chairs, which is being funded from the Newstead fundraising, recreation fundraising group. So it's not hitting the tax levy, and then putting $5,000 into a reserve for a hydraulic lift for the mezzanine at the Newstead Arena, the Newstead Hall, the ball diamond groomer there, looking at buying a groomer, and then a transfer to reserve for a future hall roof upgrade. In comparison to last year, we had $5,000 from the tax levy, and this year we have $43,500. The biggest project being the ball diamond light fixtures there. The only thing, last year we contributed $5,000 for the hydraulic lift reserve. And that's the Newstead facilities.
Thank you. With that, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, maybe Deputy Mayor can clarify something here for me, but I'm really wondering how much does the Newstead ball diamonds get used? I know in Ayton does a lot, I know Durham's do a lot, but I'm not sure about Newstead's since I wasn't been around there. Maybe Deputy Mayor can clarify that for me.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, there is, I know there's 2 teams that play out of there in the old guys league, and I think there's other teams around. I believe the girls play some ball there. That would be the extent. I'm not sure. I believe it's Manager Colton might be on if he's on the phone, he could probably answer that pretty quick for us because he would know that firsthand. Thanks.
Thank you. And I will now go to Supervisor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. As the Deputy Mayor had mentioned, there are a number of teams that do play over there. It's not that field itself isn't as busy as the Ayton or Durham fields per se, but also one thing to keep in mind is when those fields aren't in use booked by a team, they are an open green space for patrons to access as well. So as well as being a bookable spot, it is also a community service too.
Thank you for that information.
Okay.
Councillor Hutchinson.
So, yeah, so my thoughts are we're putting $30,000 from the levy into that. We did some upgrades previously with the Durham ball diamonds and the tennis courts. I don't know if Ayton got done at that time, but we, seems to me, I thought we got a grant through LAS, or there was something with the putting in the new lights. Director Mighton, did we have a grant for that, or?
We got a Hydro One grant or rebate, if you will. I think if memory serves me, it was maybe around $8,000. And this was the Durham ball diamond lights. We probably spent $30,000 or $40,000, I think, on those. So it was a hydro rebate is what we got for the switching them to the LED lights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's an option, I think, there, or we delay it and put it off for a year. I don't know, but there is a $30,000 hit there for sure.
Okay. Do you wish to do anything with that, or shall I move on to Councillor Shea?
Well, I'll leave it for now.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Townsend was drawing our attention recently to some new Hydro One grants for community groups and individuals and businesses. But I wonder if this project might not be eligible for the community group funding from that. I wasn't able, I just did a quick search and couldn't find the details of that, but there might be grant funding available to help with that. Different grant funding than Councillor Hutchinson was talking about.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The grant you're making reference to, Councillor Shea, has currently closed.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Councillor Shea.
Well, no, I'll just, did we consider applying to it before it closed?
Supervisor Hewlett.
If I may, yes, we did apply to that grant. That was the one where council gave myself direction to apply for community garden expansion.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Cody.
And thank you for that clarity, Supervisor Hewlett. And now Councillor Hamilton, please.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Could staff just speak to the urgency about the lights? Will lights be on this summer if this was not done this year? Thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett.
To be quite frank,
Yes.
I am not sure of the conditions of the lights at this time. I'm not sure if Manager Culleton is on the line.
I do see an iPhone. I'm just, Supervisor Hewlett, would you be able to distinguish whether that is Tom Culleton?
I guess the best question would be, Deputy Mayor, do you have a phone on the line as well? I know sometimes you log in with multiple devices.
Not today. I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. I would expect that may be Manager Culleton, and they are live now.
Okay, Tom Culleton, is that you on the iPhone?
Can you hear me, Cody?
Wonderful.
Yes, we can all hear you, Tom.
Yes, it is. Yes, me, Tom. Hello.
Hi, Tom. Hello, Tom Culleton, please go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
Tom, what's the condition
I'm
of the
here.
ball diamond lights in Newstead?
The ball diamond lights in Newstead are usable. They're the old style found there. There's 2 on each light stand, and there's 6 stands, so there's 12. I was going to have them changed out to the LED, just like what Durham's was, and I'm looking into eventually getting a grant through probably through West-Ontario. That's where Newstead gets their hydro from.
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And thank you for that update. I would be interested in a grant, or giving ourselves a bit of time for a grant to pop up before putting it against the levy. I also have a question about Like I know there's been quite a few improvements to the Durham ball area because of the efforts of lots of volunteers and fundraising and that kind of thing. Is there
Yes.
any interest, or are there active people fundraising for things like that in Newstead? Is that another possibility to partner with businesses or partner with your volunteers on something like this too?
Well, with the pandemic, we haven't been
Yeah.
able to meet as a Newstead Recreation Group.
Right.
I know the Newstead Recreation Group has money in their fundraising, but they wanted to use it more so for the park, Newstead
Mhm.
Park,
Mhm.
To update some of the playground equipment per se, or just to better look to make the park look better. Until we meet, I can't answer for their money, so.
Of course, thank you. And thank you for that information. And so Mayor Robinson, I'd be inclined to not have this hitting the levy this year, that we do take a year to look for grant opportunities. And if a grant pops up mid-year, we'll deal with it. But I would be inclined to take this off our list for this year. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I know our clerk is noting that. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'd be willing to second that, but I'd also like to ask Tom when he's on the line, how many rentals he has on the ball diamonds on a weekly basis or monthly basis.
Over at the Newstead Ball Diamond, I have
Yes.
approximately 4 to 5 teams which use it regularly throughout the week, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights. And then there's some people that do come in and use it additionally, and a lot of them, they do use the lights at night because of the time of night that they use in the diamonds too as well.
Okay.
And we probably
thank you.
use it, what would I say? They probably use it 15 to 16 weeks out of the year.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Director Mighton, doesn't Newstead Rec have a committee, have a reserve?
They have a fundraising reserve, yes. As the facility manager noted, they had been looking at the park. Was it the park, I think Tom mentioned, but they haven't met. When it's their fundraising, we do support projects that they initiate, as opposed to, not that we can't ask them to consider, but we don't take their funds that they fundraised for unless they're putting money towards a project that we're looking at.
Right, and I remember being at that and them saying that there didn't seem to be enough interest in baseball for them to really take it on. That they do soccer, they do pickleball, but that there was not enough interest in baseball. So I think we should have a discussion with that committee again and see if we could maybe entice them to expand their purview. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tom Colleton, did you have anything further that you wanted to respond to that?
The lights that are there, hopefully baseball will go to 2021. There was no lights used at all in 20. I'm sure that they could wait another year depending on the amount of usage that comes through once we do get up and running again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I am not seeing any other questions at this point. Let me just scan again. Okay, Director Mighton, please continue.
So the consensus was we were going to defer that, correct? The 30,000 from the ball diamonds, that was a deferral?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, just want to make sure that was the, okay, so moving on into the Durham Recreation. Just slide down here. The facility manager there is looking at 2 dehumidifiers and replacing ammonia isolation valves on the chiller, as well as a floor scrubber. And then those items would be hitting the tax levy. The other item is completing the railing going down to the Ball Diamond Stairs. That was a project that was started in 2020. The stairs are actually completed, but the railing, the season, the winter weather didn't allow for it to be completed. So the railing will be put on, but that is coming from a reserve that we had set aside for that. So that's not hitting the tax levy. At the town hall, we've got putting money towards a reserve for the accessible washroom and playground equipment reserve as well. So for the Durham facilities, the tax levy share is 93,000. The 2020 comparison, just to give you a perspective, we were at 20,000 last year is what we had from the tax levy in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Is the 10,000 for the accessible washroom our contribution to a larger project that we're applying for grant funding for?
When we developed this budget, it was just putting money into reserve for it. I think after that, we have, I'm trying to think of the name of the grant that we've applied for. It escapes me at the moment, but we would be able to use that money for our, I was trying to think if it had what our share was if that grant gets approved. We may need that 10,000 for it if we do get approved.
Yeah, because I think we pre-approved that at council, that we approved that we would commit to.
Yeah, when that project came up, or that grant application.
And I assume the 2 dehumidifiers are essential and there's no wiggle room there?
I don't know if, I was just taking a look to see, Randy did have another appointment. He thought he'd be back around 3, but I don't see him on there maybe yet. I believe they are 20 to 25 years old, I believe. So I think they're quite old, but I can't say for sure on that one. And the isolation valves, those for the ammonia system do need to be replaced. They are aging as well, and with the importance of the safety of those valves, that's something that you wouldn't want to put off either.
No.
Director Szymanski has some further information.
Perfect.
Absolutely, through your worship. If I could just add in, I had a discussion with Randy with respect to these items. And although I can't remember the exact years of how old those valves are and how old the dehumidifiers are, the reasons why these are in the capital budget is so that in better times, when we're hosting that all critical event at the arena during the winter, whether it's a AAA hockey tournament or it's an all-star men's tournament where there's hundreds of people that are here in town and so forth, and it's the middle of winter, and especially right with the kind of winter we're having right now, you have a catastrophic failure and you have to close the arena down and cancel the event. So that's the particular reason why these items are there. They're very, very old. They do need to be replaced, and it's to put the facility in a better position so that the events that are being held there continue to do so without failure from that infrastructure.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, thank you. I do see Randy's back, but I do think that we've had a sufficient answer, so I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the humidifiers, because that 50,000, it's a big hit to the budget, but like a lot of things, the equipment does get outdated. Unfortunately, our arenas are sitting idle, and whether we're even using them this coming year or not, that's debatable, the way things are going. One of the things that we had this discussion before, and I thought it was something that was going to happen, is we talked about putting a water bottle filling station in the arena. And we even talked about doing that in maybe the soccer field, ballpark. I don't see it in here, and I'm not sure when we're going to get to that. Maybe this isn't the year to do it, but I know there's been requests for that, and we've had this discussion before. So I'd like to see us get it done sometime. Maybe Deputy Mayor has something to say about that, because I know minor hockey's big on them.
So I do recognize that Randy Murray is here, who's our arena supervisor, but Supervisor Hewlett has his hand up. Please go ahead.
The water bottle filling station for the Durham Arena was actually a project that we were able to get done this year in our operating expenses. So the fountain is on order and actually should be here in the next few weeks.
Okay, good, great.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions, members of council? I am scanning my screen. With that,
Sorry.
please go ahead.
Sorry, can we ask Randy then just to, I know Mr. Sarinsky's already talked about it, but can we ask Randy maybe just speak to the humidifiers, whether that is something that could be put off another year?
Certainly. Randy Murray, welcome. Hi, Randy. Okay. Supervisor Hewlett, are you able to identify whether our arena attendant supervisor is able to connect into this meeting? Randy Murray, that is.
If I may, Mayor Robinson, it does appear that Randy is on the call. Randy, you should be able to unmute yourself.
How's that?
There we go.
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Did you hear the question from Council?
Yes, I did.
Oh, please go ahead then.
The dehumidifiers are, one's 20 years old and the other one's 21 years old. They're still working. If they go down, we're unable to get Freon for them because the Freon that's in them is outdated and no longer able to purchase it. We could put them off for another year, so be it, or my recommendation is council's decision on that. It's in my capital forecast over the 10 years. So if we put it off, we just keep putting it off for another year or.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson. Oh, pardon me, Supervisor Hewlett first.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. If I may, just jumping off of Randy's point, given the fact that the Freon in the systems is outdated and that if they do go down, repairing could take quite a long time as well as be quite costly, I would recommend that it stay in the budget. And the reason for that is I have been involved with previous facilities when the dehumidifiers have gone down, and even in them going down for 24 hours resulted in weeks of cleanup with result from mold. So that's one thing to keep in mind.
Thank you for sharing that expertise with us and your experience. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have the mic.
No further questions. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, sounds like we need to do this, replace those dehumidifiers. I was just wondering, is there any, Director Mighton, were we in the habit of trying to spend about $50,000 towards capital costs at our recreation facilities? That's kind of where we were sitting before COVID hit. Is that accurate?
Yeah, for the ice plant facilities, like for the two
Okay.
arenas, not necessarily the smaller halls,
Okay.
but or recreation. We were trying to keep it at that roughly 50,000.
Okay, I thought
level.
as much. Thank you. So would there, Director Mighton, be a reserve to help smooth this bump out, or could council consider drawing from a reserve to make the levy closer to $50,000 for these expenses by drawing from a reserve?
Yep. On a specific Durham recreation, we've got about $36,000 in that reserve. I'm just trying to look back, get my other sheet here where we were at. 2021.
And if I might just think out loud one more time, last year though, we only put 20,000. So we as council put these pressures on this budget. So really, I did the math. We're actually, yeah, we put these pressures onto this budget. So I'm just reflecting on that as well. But sorry, Director Megan.
No, that's all right. So yeah, the other reserve, we have our municipal capital facilities reserve or our general capital reserve that we could, the 36,000 would get us down, from our 93 for if you look at the Durham facilities, if you will,
right,
to 57. So if you were trying to get, another $7,000 to get down to a $50,000 levy contribution, we could pull from our capital facilities reserve for that additional 7 if that was the wish.
Thank you. And how much is in the capital facilities reserve at this time?
Is the capital facilities reserve, 187,000 is the capital facilities reserve.
And these are discretionary reserves.
Yes, discretionary, yeah.
So I think given the COVID year that we're in, and it's just a bigger ask, a capital ask this year, that it would make sense to draw from reserves to help smooth this bump out. Director Mighton, I know that's a choice of council, a determination, but do you have advice about what reserve to draw from, or any caution, or thank you.
Yeah, both of those are discretionary. So that if we use the 36 Durham rec, that brings it down to basically 0. It's not the recreation fundraising reserve, just to be clear. This is a if we had over the years, if council had put a small amount away into reserve for a project, and the project ended up being a little bit cheaper and we didn't have to draw down as much from the reserve, that's the kind of thing where that reserve would have come from. And then 7,000 from the municipal capital facilities reserve would leave us with a balance of about $180,000 in that reserve.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would make that recommendation part of our motion, that we just to smooth this out. I wouldn't want to go any lower than 50,000 because next year we're going to have another ask, right? And they'll hit the levy even more. So yeah, that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
I see our clerk is noting that when we eventually get to our final motion here. So thank you. I do see Deputy Mayor Hutchinson with his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to, I guess, Supervisor Hewlett. I'm just curious, like, what state is the existing floor scrubber in? Because we're not using it as much. So last time I thought I'd seen it looked okay, but I don't know if is it in disarray now. Thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett.
The existing floor scrubber, I'm not too aware of the current condition. Randy Murray, the facility manager, is still on the call. He would be better able to speak to it.
Wonderful. Randy Murray, please.
Yes. The floor scrubber that we have for the hall, we had a loaner scrubber that we've been taking parts off it. I can't get parts for the unit anymore. Unit's about 25 years old. It was here before I started here at the community center. So it's just very difficult. It still works, but we do have issues with it. So.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you. It was just for my curiosity. Thank you.
All right then. Anything further? Members of council. Okay. Director Mighton, please continue.
Okay, so so then on the Newstead Lions Park, so the playground surface and equipment, that was one of the items. We have applied for a grant for it as well. We did have some reserves that we, put $5,000 away every year. So we were, when this was budgeted for, we were pulling 20,000 from reserve and 5,000 from the tax levy, which I believe, I'm not sure, let me see if it survived last year. Yeah, we had eliminated, the original budget last year had 5,000, but we did eliminate the transfer to reserve last year. So there was $0 towards it. But we're showing that $5,000 in there again. The Newstead playground surface was one of the items identified to be addressed through our insurance review of our playgrounds. And we have since applied for some grant funding. So we're waiting to see if that comes through. If council did want to remove the levy portion, if one of the grants does come through, then we would have sufficient reserves for our share if we needed it, hopefully. But that's, if it doesn't come through, then we probably will be shy of having sufficient funds to complete the project, depending what the costs come in at. But we might be facing that once we actually go to RFP for it. That would be the only caution, is we'd be potentially, depending what it comes in at, having to pull from whether it's a capital facilities reserve or some other reserve if the grant doesn't come to help offset the balance required for that project.
Idea in terms of a timeline for the announcement of this
on that one, I'm not sure if Supervisor Hewlett recalls on that one. They were either, depending on, I think it was the provincial government that was that one. If they try to get it out before their year end, which is March 31st, it could be soon. If they push it into their next year, that starts April 1st. So then it could be a mid-spring announcement. It kind of depends on where the province is reviewing it on their budget timelines, but it could be a spring announcement. But Supervisor Hewlett may have a better recollection on that one. We have applied for several over the last little while, so they kind of get muddled together a bit.
Fair enough. I'll go to Supervisor Hewlett, then over to Councillor Hutchinson. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
If I may, and Director Mighton had mentioned that there are many grants on the go right now. Given the fact that, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe this one was a mid-summer start. They would have preferred the projects to start by, so I would assume that it would be in the new election year, so it'd be sometime after April 1st.
Fair enough. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I was going to suggest leaving it off. And what have we approached the Newstead Rec Group, because they're very much involved in the Lions Park. Maybe they'd be willing to chip in $5,000 or some monies towards getting the playground. I know they use the soccer fields there, and so maybe worth an ask. And if we don't put it in, I'm sure we can find $5,000 somewhere down the line if we really need to find it for this project.
Supervisor Hewlett, do you have a response to that inquiry?
Yes, if I may, I would assume, and again, I can't speak for the committee, but I would assume, given past conversations, that they would be keen on supporting a project in the Newstead Lions Park. However, with that being said, playgrounds are not as cheap as they used to be, to put it quite succinctly. They are a very costly investment to install, and given the fact that that playground in particular had been outlined by a playground inspector as well as our insurance agency to have a number of deficiencies, that playground does still remain closed. So I would caution council on removing that budget line, as I have a feeling that that project will remain quite costly, and it may mean pulling from multiple avenues. So the budget grants as well as the recreation committee in order to get that playground up to snuff.
So if I may, so the 25,000 projected cost isn't the right cost? Says expected 25,000 expense.
Supervisor Hewlett, do you have?
25,000 would most likely just cover the surfacing costs. That would be just to do the deficiencies in that playground. It would cover those costs. However, if we are looking at digging into that playground, I would suspect that given that it is an older playground, that we look at doing some improvements as well beyond the deficiencies.
Okay, so it's only $5,000, not a big deal. We could leave it there, but I definitely think we should approach the rec group to see if they're willing to go in on as a partner.
Absolutely.
So noted for a future agenda item for that committee. Anything further, members of council, on this? All right, I'm scanning the screen. I'm not seeing anyone. Would you care to continue, Director Mighton?
Yes, so then that gets us down into some planning and development. We have a Durham Road East legal survey of 20,000. Director Schwinski may know some of the details on this. I think does it have to do with the road survey?
Yes, Director Schwinski, then please.
Yes, through your worship. Essentially, this is a request from the engineer that is laying out and doing engineering work for the subdivision and for the upgrade of Durham Road East. And it involves a survey to establish property lines along the way so that they can do the design. It is not in their current contract right now. This is over and above what's the scope of their contract.
Okay, let's see now. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Sure.
To Director Mighton, is it a possibility to use development charges for this kind of expense, given that we're doing it to support growth? Just a question. Thank you.
Yes. Director Mighton.
Yeah, give me a minute. I will just pull up the development charges study to see if it was one of the identified sort of project areas. I can't recall it being on the list, but just give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
would it be appropriate to take a 5-minute break, just a little break, and I'll give our director some time?
I think the director just nodded her head just in terms of that
Okay.
would probably be something that would be suitable. Members of council, we're not in the middle of anything other than questions at this point. So if you would like to, let me see, if you would like to have a break to 3:30, how's that? Would that work for everybody? Okay, let's do that, and we'll come back and we'll ask Director Mighton if she has a response at that time. All right, thank you. If you don't mind turning off your mics and video. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It is 3:30. That was a break well deserved. I see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have all members of council in attendance for this particular meeting are here. Clerk Scharbeck, are you now returned to the meeting? Director Mighton and CAO Johnston. Okay. Oh, wonderful. We are all back.
Your worship,
Yes.
I was just going to say, I think we're all here.
Thank you very much, Clerk Scharbeck. Okay, with that, we're on 3:30, which is wonderful for timing. Director Mighton, were you able to provide an answer?
Yes, so we do have, as I know, on our eligible project list, Durham Road East rural to urban standards. So we could consider this as the first step towards urbanizing the design. You know, we need the survey to get the pre-engineering to get, so we could, I think, justify pulling from reserve for that that piece from the development charges, sorry.
Councillor Hamilton, further?
That's great news. So I would add that to our list of recommendations that we use development charges for the purpose of the road survey. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions at this point, members of council? I am not seeing any on screen. Please continue, Director Mighton.
Just making a note here.
Certainly.
Okay, so 221. Elmwood Fire, there, that will be one of the budgets that I will circulate with the landfill and the planning. So it will detail the items in there, but that is what the board is recommending is capital. It's a total $44,000 spend. Our share is $22,700 of that expense, and the balance is Brockton and a small withdrawal from reserve. So we can, when I circulate that, it'll have some details on there, but again, that is a joint board. So that is a decision that the capital listing that they have come up with is the listing there. Comparison for 2020. Last year, our share of the capital budget was $52,000 versus $22,000 this year. So it has decreased on the capital side. Our share, they had pond drainage and some significant sort of expenses last year. So unless there's any questions in that one, like I said, I'll bring that detailed budget when we circulate for the next meeting.
Based on your inquiry of any questions, I'm not seeing anyone on screen. So please go ahead, please go ahead.
Yes. So the library, on your listing, we have been trying to commit $15,000 each year towards various capitals. This past year, it was the Newstead library that saw some flooring and roof upgrades. We have now received the Durham Library budget. They're looking at flooring for the Durham branch, and they are requesting $25,000 for that. So we do need to increase the amount there by $10,000 based on the board's request for capital there.
Okay, members of council, questions? Councillor Hutchinson?
I thought they already did the Newstead Library furnace. Was that not already done?
Yes, in the description there, I had as that was the description from last year. They did so this year it is that should be changed to flooring for the Durham branch.
Okay, so and that's 25,000.
25 is what they're estimating that to be. Yeah.
Councillor Hutchinson, does that satisfy your inquiry? Then Councillor Hamilton.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So typically it's about 15,000 towards capitals. This is $10,000 more than average. Would there be a reserve for library buildings at all, Director Maiden?
I don't think we have anything
Okay.
specific. Just let me double check.
Thank you.
On our side.
Okay.
Again, we have our capital facilities reserve,
Right.
but nothing specific. We haven't been setting aside anything specific for library capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I would recommend $10,000, withdrawing 10,000 from the capital reserve. Again, just to smooth out this bump from the library's request.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, do you have your hand up again?
Yes, I'm just looking at the reserve sheet here. It says West Grey Library General, 37,000. What's Library General?
That is library board. That's the library board reserves.
Okay, so that's not money we can touch. No.
No, that should be at the recommendation of the library board to use those funds.
Right. Maybe the board could make that recommendation then.
Okay, I'm seeing Councillor Hamilton, you have your questions responded to.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
So I'm going to go now. You're welcome. And I'm going to go to Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wondered about development charges as well, whether there was any dollars in there for library, whether they've been used elsewhere.
I don't believe that's a growth related project. Let me just pull it back up. And library expansion is a eligible project, but this is just the existing square footage.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? Seeing none. Director Mighton, please go on.
And the other, I don't believe it's on your list. Oh, let me just get the right one here. Elmwood Community Center. Again, I think I had an original budget, but they have submitted a revised budget. So I'll recirculate that for the next meeting, but in their capital, they have Elmwood Community Center. So they had presentation technology of $7,000. We fund 50%, so that would be $3,500. And pavilion upgrades for $9,000. Again, 50% is $4,500. So that is an ask from our tax levy of $8,000 as compared to last year. The last several years, it's been $6,000. So there is a $2,000 increase in that capital ask. Again, that's recommended from the joint Elmwood Community Center board. So.
Questions? Okay, seeing none. Director Mighton.
And I think that finishes off the capital project listing.
Okay. So at this point, all right, Director Schwinski. Your audio needs to be on.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Worship, I just would like to also introduce something here to the capital budget, and it's a request from the SVCA, and they are trying to get funding for some erosion control for gabion baskets along the river in Newstead. They've approached us most recently, just last week actually, and with some emails with respect to the municipality's contribution. I do believe we have a few dollars in our dam reserve And I believe they're asking for an amount in the vicinity of $10,000. And I just wanted to bring that to council's attention and so forth. I just bring that for a point of discussion.
Well, thank you. And this would be the time to do that. And I appreciate you communicating the SPCA's request dealing with the erosion control in Neustadt. Director Mighton, can you confirm the amount we have in the dam reserve?
Yeah, we have $20,000 in a municipal dam reserve.
Okay, thank you. Members of council? Yes. Yeah, okay, very good. I'm seeing some thumbs up, which is wonderful, but I also see a couple hands, starting with Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you. Just a question to Director Mayne. Do we typically spend money on dams every year? And yeah, is this ask over and above what we would usually spend, or just looking for that perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, so we do, this would be sort of a special request. They don't, we do maintenance. They give us a special levy as opposed to there's the general levy for the Conservation Authority services. And then because of the structures that are within our municipality, we get a special levy from the conservation to maintain those structures, flood control, on those structures. So on a maintenance level, if there's something, not significant, but this is a larger project and they are requiring or they're applying for grant funding for it. So they're looking at, because it's on our structure, that portion that's not funded that wouldn't be funded from the grant, asking us to be on board with it because it's a significant amount compared to especially for the Neustadt Dam, it's very minor, the special levy that we would normally see on that one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Was there any other hand? I'm not certain. Yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just I agree. I would go with the supporting the Saugeen Valley and the Gabion baskets. But I was also looking back on the reserves, and I had a couple questions. Maybe we can, would it be time to just ask a few questions from the reserve sheets before we leave today?
Okay, so what I want to just ask members of council, is there any further questions with regard to the SPCA request? Okay, I'm not seeing it. All right, yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Robinson, it just wasn't clear to me if council's made the determination to fund this with the levy or the reserve. I get the sense we were thinking reserve, but just looking for that clarity.
Certainly, and certainly that's what would appear to be what the discussion was through the reserve, but let's just double check that for clarity purposes and certainly based on your question. With that, members of council, are we looking at the $10,000 request from the SPCA dealing with the Gabion baskets for Neustadt to be addressed through the dam reserve? If we could just have an indication, okay. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Shea. Yes, okay, yes, that's exactly it. And it'll be noted through our clerk for that. Director Mighton, we have a question from Councillor Hutchinson just regarding overall reserves. I think the timing is quite appropriate now. Are you prepared?
Yep, I don't know if Clerk Scharbeck, do we want the motion for our capital changes before we get into that, or?
Clerk Scharbeck, that's a very good question, Director Mighton.
Through you, Your Worship, I agree with Director Mighton that the agenda has capital projects on the agenda, so that should be dealt with before we go to a new item that is not on the agenda.
So with that, Clerk Scharbeck, I wonder if you could go through what we have identified within the capital projects, and then we can look for a motion and a mover and second for that.
Through you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if Director Mighton, if you would like to go through your list, and I'll make sure I have this. We'll just check our lists before we get the resolution.
Sounds good.
Okay, So we have removed the Normanby Hall renovation reserve of 32,500. We have deferred the Newstead Arena Ball Diamond Light project for 30,000. We are using Durham Recreation Reserve for the humidifiers of $36,000. So that does reduce the tax levy we're pulling from reserve. The municipal capital facility for, again, for the Durham arena humidifiers of $7,000. We are going to pull from reserve the development charges reserve for the Durham Road East rural to urban standard survey project. That's $20,000. We have added the library, additional library capital of $10,000, but we are pulling that from the municipal capital facilities reserve. So it's an add-in, but it's not a tax levy impact. The Elmwood Community Center budget is a $2,000 additional amount from what we originally had. Saugeen Valley, the Newstead Dam project, $10,000, and we are funding that from the municipal dam reserve, so no impact on the tax levy. And then the other two items were the Durham sewers, the projects that netted 40,500 funded from user fees, not tax levy, and the Durham water projects, 15,500 being added again from user fees, not tax levy impact. So that's the total, not that it needs to be for the motion, but that's a reduction of 123,500 on the tax levy.
And the percentage?
That would be the we're 1.19, just over 1%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, is that enough, members of council, for a motion? And with that, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Any questions of clarity? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this. The motion is carried. Okay, with that, Councillor Hutchinson, I was wondering if your question earlier was related to any of the reserves to address our capital projects. Now, I'm just wondering what your question is, because we don't have it on the agenda. The next item we have is the adjournment, but I'm just wondering what your inquiry is, and properly place it.
Right. So my questions revolve around some of the funds that we have in reserves and whether any of them could be used to offset our budget costs. Some of them might be capital, some of them might be operations. So I don't know if you want to leave it, we can leave it. If you want me to ask some questions, I can ask them now.
Interesting. So Director Mighton, I'm wondering if that's something that we could address at the next meeting as an item. Because it's not on this agenda, so we don't have that discussion for it, but it's obviously a question to be responded to. So do you see that coming forward for the next agenda?
We can add that as one of the recirculated items if you want.
Okay.
You know, again, conscious that, okay, we've got to make not quick decisions, but we've got to make sure we're making decisions. Otherwise, that one meeting, if we're trying to get it done next meeting, there's a lot of information there. So just to, but we can certainly recirculate it and then have some discussion on if there's other spots. Just to caution not to fund, reduce your tax levy with a reserve that can't be sustained. That is the caution. Just for the sake of reducing your tax levy, you'll face it next year. So if it has a purpose and, oh, yep, we should pull that. This is now the purpose is being spent. But if it's just to throw at reducing the levy, it's just a caution of what are you going to face next year if it's an ongoing expense? Is it sustainable to continue? Is it a one-time expense?
Certainly,
So,
and I think that's a discussion that we can have at the next meeting. I'm very optimistic that this council will address the final budget in our next meeting. We've worked very hard, and also staff have, and thank you very much for that. I think we're drawing to a conclusion on this, and we've really taken a business approach for it. So we will have the reserve discussion on the next agenda, as it is not listed as an item on this agenda, and we definitely follow our agenda, and also for transparency for any of our citizens who wish to be a part of that. So before I go to item number 10, Councillor Hutchinson, I see your hand up.
Right. So my thoughts are, maybe what I'll do is I'll just put some questions together and I'll forward them to the director so she has some time to respond to them, and then whether she wants to bring them forward or whether other people have questions on reserves, I'm not sure, but I will send them to her so she has a heads up before that meeting.
I think that's a most workable solution. So thank you for that. Okay. All right. Item number 10. Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading the recommendation?
Sure. Your worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 3:51 p.m.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Thank you one and all for a very detailed full day discussion. We're moving the business along, and look forward to our next meeting. I think what we'll do there is we'll have a circulation of available dates, and we'll come up with the most appropriate date for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.